Dear ladies and gentlemen, a minute of your attention, please.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for coming to this event. My name is Saeed Kharbash from Dubai Culture. Wanted to do a brief introduction, maybe on the talks. Thanks to the team, Inloco does this talks for the second edition here in Dubai in Safa Library. We host a lot of talks, and thought leadership within the creative industry is something extremely important, and we want to push within the things we do in Dubai Culture. I don't know if anyone comes to the library for the first time, or all of you came. Okay, I like when I see a lot of people who come for the first time. So the brief about the library. This is I think one of the few libraries in the Middle East that focuses only on art and design. The library is a bit old library, but it was modified to become an art and design library. I think if you entered here in that side, you would see a gallery that they're working on an exhibition. Most probably the exhibition would start in the middle of December, which we had an open call for nearly 6 months. An exhibition tackles Burj Rashid, the World Trade Center, which is the first building in the Gulf region. We do host a lot of exhibitions. We do host a lot of talks, like what Unloco is having today. As thought leadership talks, we do a lot of events. I think the people here from the guys from the library, and Mr. Abdurrahman, who's the director of libraries, Mdi, who's the manager of Assaf library. We do a lot of events, a lot of workshops tackling art and design sector. Would love to have you in our events. Was talking briefly with Paolo on the talks are extremely important also to connect people. You're not here only to listen, but also we're here to listen from you what we can do. I hope you enjoy for whoever comes for the first time to Safa. I hope you enjoy the space. We're a bit in renovation mode where some are closed. The other thing is the other area is closed for the exhibition. But hopefully within a couple of weeks when you come, you would see an exhibition, you would see other things here. Thank you very much and hope you enjoyed the talks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Said. Thank you very much. So my name is Paula. I'm the director of Inloco Gallery. Nice to meet you all here, and thank you very much. First of all, my deep boast and biggest gratitude to Assaf Art and Design Library, Dubai Culture, and the government of UAE for presenting us that marvelous and very valuable for us opportunity to be here and to unlock the topic of public art and I would say urban activities in the region. So Inloco Talks is our annual conference and it is devoted to discussing that issues and the development and the raising of the public art and urban activities in the UAE. Thank you very much for that supportive and fruitful partnership and collaboration, because this place, as I've said, it's the second edition. From the first time, we're deeply in love with the place, deeply in love with the team, and deeply in love with the environment and the vivid and the live dialogue that is created here and that is born here in that walls with that people. This is really amazing. Thank you and our deep boost as well to our brilliant speakers. I know that that was challenging for you to find time and to come here because not all of you are living here in Dubai, and your experience and your richness and your vast impact that topic is very important, not only for us, but for each of person who is sitting there and for everybody who is living in Dubai. Sorry for that pathetics, I'm a little bit worried, but anyway. Yes, and my big gratitude to the team that makes it possible as well. And also, which is last but not least, is for you all to come here, because only you make that dialogue vivid and alive. Thank you. I encourage you to be bold, uncompromisingly kind and beautiful, like public art is. Thank you very much and enjoy the conference. I give the stage to Anna, please, our curator.
Yeah, hi everyone. It's going to be the last introductory word, I swear. And my name is Anna Vetashkina, and I acted as a curator and kind of a program leader of the event. So I wish to say a couple of words about the whole conference and the ideas we eager to discuss this day. The team is called Urban Semiotics, Cityscape as a Science City in the Gulf countries, and it's inspired by the metaphor we came a couple of years ago of cities as a book of heritage. And we truly believe that each city can be read as a book with its convoluted language and its convoluted science system. And today our aim is to unite different researchers and cultural leaders together to discuss cityscape and intersection of art and urban spaces from perspectives of different disciplines and even different activities. I guess that's it. I would say that from the side of Inloco, we really wish to contribute to the intellectual environment of the UAE and neighboring countries. It's a pleasure for us having all of you, both speakers and guests. And I truly agree with Paulina, with Paula, that please be engaged and ask questions, intervene, and challenge speakers' talks. Sorry. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, everyone. And we're going to begin with the first session, which is visual quotes and imagery in Arabic arts and culture. It's dedicated to the visionary landscape of the countries that surround us here. And our first speaker is Khalil Abdulwahid, Emirati visual artist, cultural leader, and just a great man. Thank you. Yeah.
Sounds perfect. I can hear myself. Excellent. Thank you. Well, first of all, thank you very much for coming. Basically, my topic will be about, the part of art movement, the UAE artistic movement, and I'll talk about my personal view. It's experience. Basically, somebody's follow the art movement that's happening in the UAE, and as an artist. So basically, that's my topic will be. I'm starting over here with Image Fine Art Society. Why I pick Image Fine Society? Because I felt that was the first place to start to gather everybody together to have influence in art movement. The art movement actually did start before the union. It's been we have artists, they doing some activities during also before Image Fine Art Society, which is established in 1980. A group of artists that came together and people who lives over here, so they were mixed, and they established the Image Fine Society. Through the Image Fine Society, there was a lot of activities for us, place to meet all artists, and the beauty of that is not only to meet the artists, is to meet people in the cultural field, people in the poetry, people in the literature, people in theater also. It was a great gathering and exchange, and the place was to do activity, workshop, exhibition, and also interact and talks in the Image Fine Society. So after that, the other movement, we had Emirates, that's the Image Fine Society is based is in Sharjah, but it is for whole UAE. Same time when they opened the main branch in Sharjah, they had also a branch in Ras Al Khaimah. So that was also 1980. So show you the art movement, what's happening in the whole UAE. In Dubai, we had Al-Marsim Al-Hur. So translate to that one, I call Dubai Atelier or studio. It's run by Hassan Sharif, who established the atelier, and the concept was to teach the young and to make them to develop their talents and ability, and also through that saying the Marsim Al-Hur to participate in other exhibition. So basically, what I have, the only image I could find for the Marsim Al-Hur that I have in the middle, and actually that's me with my friend we're talking about in 90s, early 90s. And the other image I choose is my painting. And why I choose that painting? Because it shows the studio space. So basically I felt it was kind of documenting the studio that is not anymore exist, and the technique. And basically we see the office over here, that was Hassan Sharif office itself. The one image I have in the middle, that's sometimes I take advantage of my colleague, who was with me. I ask him, can you please sit in the office so I can paint you? So basically all the painting was live. And on the other side, in the corner, that's me getting award. So it showed also the award, how much influence the person and push an appreciation of the art, what they're doing, and to do more art works. With the studio or the Marsim Al-Hur, so what's happened, Hassan Sharif, then later on he retired. So after he retired, Muhammad Kazim was one of his students, and also I was his student. So we did take over. Officially it was Muhammad Kazim, and I was assisting Muhammad Kazim. So we start to pass the knowledge for next generation. Also, as Marsim Al-Hur, he did not, Hassan Sharif, only develop an artist, also develop a people that can pass the knowledge. So we continue to do that. The change that's happened, Marsim Al-Hur, we had it all year around. We had the space to go. But when Hassan Sharif retired, so we didn't have real space. So we had in summertime, which the majority of students, they have holiday. So we get advantage of that. We start to do a workshop during summertime. And over here, some images of the workshop, we start to do it. This again, go back to Emirates Fine Art Society. We use their space. and the houses around, like, Al-Sirkal, Beit Al-Sirkal, Beit Abid al-Shamsi, which is all these historic houses around the Image Fine Art Society. And with the workshop, as an example of here seeing the images, it's not only was giving the workshop as like, technique to learn and improve their artistic. Also, we try to get advantage of all other artists to pass the experience. So we used to do also a lecture, and we see in the picture over here, the one in back, a gathering as an artist we had to pass his experience and knowledge to next generation. And also Hassan Sharif himself was also following up with us, doing a site visit, and also passing experience with a student, and seeing what we're doing as development with the student. With Marsim Al-Hur, or let's say it with Hassan Sharif itself, so as development, the stuff is happening, coming new. There's a project called Wadi. Had an artist which has a first image from left side, and second image you can see that's a gentleman, his name Bert Hermans from Netherlands. Had a concept to do from different nationality, doesn't matter what the background, what the language they talk about, through the art they can communicate and create artwork. That's the main concept he had. So he said he wants to have artists from the UAE and artists from Netherlands, and also we had artists from Belgium to get together for a whole month, and we had kind of a project. We went to Netherlands for, we stayed in the house, taking care of everything. That was an interesting experience for me also, you have to handle everything for yourself. It's away from home, so to take care of your laundry, your cooking, other things that you do. It's not just an artistic stuff. So, but this was great experience. And living with other artists from Netherlands and Belgium. The concept is to do anything, painting, drawing, installation, but the result has to be a video. That's also, for me, it has a kind of a interesting push toward the video art. So the image over here, we see it is gathering. And the first actually project that we had, it was in 2002 that we went to Netherlands. I remember it was Eindhoven. And in the picture, in the last picture that we see it in the right corner is me, Abdullah Saadi, and Mr. Bert Hermans, that we starting and doing the tour and how we can develop the concept for the project we were doing. And the bottom, we see a work group together trying to do something. It was also interesting to learn from other artists that exist, what the concept they have, what they do it, and how we can exchange knowledge and work together to do something. The result of that, for me, I started to be involved in video art. So I have some sample of the video work. The third picture from the left side, or that visiting the artist's studio. I thought it was interesting to see the environment of the artist's studio, how the background. And the one in the bottom, after we did the workshop with the video, we did kind of presentation. We showcase. We have in different places. We have one, we did it in top right in Netherlands, and the one in bottom in Sharjah, that was Beit Shamsi. Give you briefly about Beit Shamsi. When I said Beit Shamsi, it's a place, it's front of Sharjah Art Museum. It has an artist studio. We actually used to be an artist studio where all the artists used to get together and practice the artwork. And this, in the bottom, that's the location that we used together and to do our performance and activities. On the left side, we have one of the artists doing the performance. He's wearing our local dress. He's from Europe. He's from actually from Netherlands, but you see him with a kandura. So he did concept with the desert and projecting. For same time that we were projecting what he's doing in the somebody kandura that we see on top, and myself on the right side, I was projecting the screen on one of the wall at the Beit Shamsi. So the result of that, even I remember Bert Hermans asked me, so how much are you going to do a video art? So I thought, I'm a painter. I think the majority of time, I spend time doing my painting. So 80% of my time will be dedicated for painting, and 20% will be dedicated to video art. That was my thought. But when I came back, it's completely changed. 80%, if not 90%, I started to do video art, and less time for painting. One of the reasons pushed me to do that is I remember 2003, the Sharjah Biennale. I participated, actually I applied for a video art. And my thought, this is something is new. I don't think they will accept it. They will not show it. But I said, let's give it a shot. So I sent it, and I was shocked. They accept my video, and they presented the Binali. So that was a great push for me to continue. It's interesting what I'm doing. It's something new. People, they see, they like it, and it's interesting. And these a few images of my video art that I was doing that period. I continue again of the video art I was doing it. I did a workshop for video art at Beit Shamsi again, with the studio we had. The image I use over here to show is not only we do show, it's not only we do exhibition, it's also the involvement from pioneer artists, like my teacher Hassan Sharif, a discussion and knowledge passing. So after I finished my presentation, Hassan Sharif, sorry, the images might not be very clear, but this is the best picture I could find. That's Hassan Sharif talking about the video art, talking about the project that we had with Netherlands, and the result that I'm showcasing over here. Development of the movement of what I'm doing it. So I had an installation also at the Sharjah Art Museum. Somebody enters over here, they thought it's a studio, somebody's artist's studio. Basically, the image give you that feeling. But my concept behind that is not to show only the studio, it was to involve and interacting with different artists. Again, because I had a studio at Beit Shamsi, we had 16 different artists studio over there. So I tried to collect different item, an element from each artist. As I'm doing a show, but with that show I have 16 different artists involved. It's not only the artists, anybody relate to that space, which the coffee boy also was involved in that. So what I did, I collect all the element, and from the office boy, I collect the teapot and his sugar and stuff that he served every day and make it part of the exhibition. In the bottom image that we see it over here, I mentioned all the artists, the element that I borrowed from them to do this exhibition. So we have a list of all the people and each element that belonged to whom. But the result we see an installation of a studio. This one is just trying to jump a little bit off-road. That's Muhammad Ahmed Ibrahim. In back 2026 or 27, we had an art activities on the Seaf Road, and part also pushing to be art and part of the public art, and be the part for communicating with the, not just in the space and the gallery space, communicating with the audience, with the people as unusual. We had artwork from Muhammad Ahmed Ibrahim. He also participated with us, and he was wrapping the palm tree. So we had for a good period of time how to be interact, and also to see a different movement of art. It's not only painting we talk. It's not only about artwork to have it in the white wall or exhibition or gallery. It's also how to be involved with the environment, to be outside and interact with the people themselves. This was my last visit to Hassan Sharif before he passed away. I visited, that was in 2015. The image I used over here, because to get an idea who people doesn't know about Hassan Sharif, is the image in background we see, that's all his artwork. The type of artwork that he was presenting is really interesting. We have a group of people, including me, myself, we call him he's an artist ahead of his time. He started to do some movement that was kind of weird for the people in this region. Maybe they did not accept it, but the influence was amazing. And now people start to appreciate and how much the value he was giving, not only as art, as an artist, also as a mentor and a teacher, creating a new generation. As a background, we see all element that belong to Hassan, and that's his studio back, his house, creating artwork and what type of artwork used to exist over here. Pushing, again, the influence that's being with me, with all the materials we have it, or involved with it, all the artists, it did push me to think always about the materials, about the items. If I go back to my first painting, I used to do a lot of still life. So all element, I have it in the studio, it used to make a story for me. I start to think, the space I left, for 10 years, all element I deal with it, where it will go, how I can keep it. So the concept I had in my mind always. So the materials has a value, and the value of the story behind it. So I was thinking how I can keep it, how I can start to observe, protect this material, not for myself, for next generation also. So the concept I start to do it is to jump to artists tools and materials for me to how to document it. And the best way I found it to document it is by turning these pieces to art piece. And over here I have an example. I've been commissioned by ADMAF as part of ADMAF collection to create an artwork about 20 different artists. So the item we have over here, basically I visit the artist, collect the materials, and create artwork. This other example over here, this newest one over here, about 10 different arts I did, was part of Tanweer. They're showcasing now at 1971 Design Space. Is basically, my concept was, again, how to focus in materials. For artists, for majority of people, they think it's nothing. It's just using tools to create an artwork. But for me, this materials has a value, like, has a story behind it. Again, this time, this moment, we might not appreciate it, or we might not pay attention to it, but it's for me, I'm thinking about the next generation, 30 years from now, 40 years from now, like, when the people, they start to ask who's the artist, what the material, or if they did not ask, how we can bring it to them and showcase, like, this element has a value. Sometimes I give an example to my colleague, like, what I mean by that. I mean, like, I said, if somebody come to us today and carrying, like, Abdul Qadir, not Abdul Qadir now, is like, is an important artist, but let's say Picasso, well known, or Salvador Dali, like, Monet. And he told us, like, the brush he's carrying is belong to Picasso or Monet. What angle we start to look at, or how are we going to appreciate that material? It will be a different angle. We feel the value because we know the story behind the artist, and we know how much the tools has a value of it. So I start to think, I said, why not we start to think about people who has influence and impact and important artists in, like, in my region. The materials and tools are very valuable. People, they might not think about it, but for me, something has a story behind it, and how I can collect it and keep it. And best way to collect it and keep it, I thought this would be, like, to observe it and to turn it to art piece. So that's the collection and movement. I start to do it up. And that's the last slide was. Thank you very much. Okay. Then pass the 20 minutes, yeah?
We have some time for questions, and I can pass a mic to our volunteers. Amazing.
Thank you very much for your presentation. You are indeed a forward-looking man, as like probably the nation of the region where we currently are. So for me, the new piece of information was about the 90s you talked about, because when I came to this region, I thought actually the art landscape is booming because of the government support, because there is an interest from the top. But what you're actually saying, what I learned today, is that there was a strong artistic movement from the 90s. So we're now in 2024. So we talked about 90s, we talked about 20s, and as you said, you're thinking about the future. How do you see the next 10 or 20 years in this region for art?
Thank you for that. I mean, the way I'm looking, I see, like, the rhythm we have in Dubai, in UAE especially, is really fast rhythm. So the change is happening quickly. And the good thing, that's with the art movement that we have in Dubai, everybody's starting to come to Dubai itself. So basically, all the type of art movement, you start to see it over here. You don't need to go outside. With the Art Dubai, with Abu Dhabi Art, with Sharjah Bin Ali, all these great, amazing, like, big events happening, you start to interact and see it over here. And this will have influence in the art movement in Dubai itself. So the change, definitely is changed a big time. We should not forget also about the digital art. So digital art also has a big influence happening and evolving over here. And so the way I see the next 20 years from now, big change is Dubai is starting to be a hub. But in the 20 years, will be the hub for the art and art movement, and to everybody to see it. What if new things happening with the art? I feel like this will be the platform to catch that movement. I hope I answered the question. Okay. All right, thanks.
I was fascinated with your process from the early 90s. Thank you for sharing with us today. I also wanted to ask, as a person who loves large-scale murals, do you see that Dubai will invest more in that kind of scope, in making installation art and funding installation and public art and wall art and things like that, because it's coloring the city in a different way and it's allowing people to understand the world of art exists outside of the museum, that it's accessible to everyone. Do you see that movement increasing, or do you see it stagnating in the next like 5 to 10 years?
Definitely increasing. Will happening, but so many reasons. First reason, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed announced, like, I said, like, I want Dubai, I want to be an open museum. That's mean, like, installation, mural, artwork that you see around the city will be part of it. Plus, if you look at the moment, is there any movement, activities that's happening that support the public art, an installation or like, any monument? Yes, there is. As a government part, as in the private sector. So both of them, there is, and there are activities that's going on. And definitely that's what push for more and more. Already, like a government Dubai culture start already, like, commissioning artists to have a public pieces. Plus the private sector, they start to, like, use the space for, like, for art also. So if we start this movement now, and with a push with, like, government and, like, from the high rank supporting that make and push other government entity doesn't has to be involved in art to also to play a role in that, which in personal I've seen that other entity that has nothing with the art, but they like to have art within them, like, they want to involve with the art and somehow. So yes, the answer is yes, and will be something to see it. Thank you.
Any other people, or we can slowly transit to the next talk?
Sure.
Okay, it's going to be the last one, and then we're going to applause to Khalil.
So another more like kind of philosophical question is around keeping the local identity in art. Because as you described and like as you talked about the future, there is a lot of influence from outside in terms of the fairs, the biennales, like, a lot of subject matter experts are coming into the region to share their experience. And in a way, they're shaping the scene here. But at the same time, I see a very strong influence and push from the local artist. And also I see a lot of support of the local artist. So in your view, what is the healthy balance of leveraging from abroad, but keeping your creative and artistic identity so you build the future platform?
Interesting. The influence definitely exists and will exist. Would be something like, is a really positive, something is very nice to have this influence and interact with other artists. The way I do to keep or to observe what as our own entity, in my point of view, whoever lives in the UAE and creating the art and the artistic, I feel like also the carrying the entity of the UAE. As far another way, if we look at we're creating artwork over here and we involve with the environment, with a local entity, that's again is related to us. So it's really, there's no direct answer. It's really also tricky. But the way I'm looking at it, I say no. As far you interact with the environment and creating, doesn't matter if you are local or like somebody coming abroad. And interacting with their own local environment, I feel is part of positive movement and is linked with our own entity. Okay, thanks, sir. Thank you. I was worried about the time.
Thank you so much. Just a tiny remark I didn't say at the beginning. We also use this QR code. It's just a simple Google form. If you don't feel like talking into the mic or saying your question out loud, you can submit it there and I'll read it. And let me introduce our next speaker. Is a fabulous Alexei Afanasyev, cultural advisor, gallerist, if I may say so. Cultural leader of the region, I guess I can say so, with a very poetic title and a very poetic talk reflecting on the rapidly changing cultural landscape in the UAE.
Thank you so much. I'm really honored to be here. I'm going to make myself a little more comfortable, if you guys don't mind. Yes. And thank you so much, Khalil, for sharing your notes, because I think I will do something very similar to what you did in the kind of eye of an artist who grew up here. My experience with UAE started almost 15 years ago, and I wanted to perhaps just do a few slides first to obviously talk about myself because that's what we do at talks. We present ourselves first. I landed in Dubai in 2010 and I had very little knowledge about culture here and very little experience. I grew up in Moscow. I was working with one of the private collections in Moscow. And then here I started with, interning at Art Dubai because I realized that the best way to learn something is to jump into a role and learn. So then I was really lucky to join Green Art Gallery. It's a Syrian-owned gallery that is in Al Serkal Avenue, a fantastic program. I'm going to talk about them a little more in the next slides. We were really blessed to travel around the world and present the artists that we shown at art fairs in Brussels, Milan, and Paris, and all across. I think it was always interesting to see the eyes opening of Western collectors who pass by and see the booth and say, oh, there is art in Dubai, there are galleries in Dubai, wow. And then I, starting from 2013, was publishing an art guide here in the UAE, which is part of the umbrella called My Art Guides. The publication was born in Venice, Italy, for Venice Biennale, and then expanded to cover major international art fairs like Art Basel, and I was the one in charge of the Art Dubai edition. It was published once a year in March, and it was covering all the galleries, exhibitions, exhibition spaces, but also looking at restaurants and cafes and hotels where you can find creative community. So I think that really shaped my understanding and knowledge of Dubai. I think again by researching, by meeting people, and I was always happy to share my experience and to share, to suggest some spaces to go to those who are traveling to Dubai. Which is often eye-opening again, because they see the glitzy buildings like the one on the back on the picture, but then you need to really dig a little deeper to find what's cultural and what's interesting. I was blessed to join Al Serkal Avenue in 2016, and I changed different roles there, starting with community relations as the district was growing, as the expansion was opening. It was doubled the size in 2016, and then in 2017 we opened Concrete, which is a wonderful building designed by Rem Koolhaas. I was doing all the exhibitions and partnerships with other institutions and also commercial events, so it's also balancing the two. With COVID, unfortunately, I had to move, had to take some time off, and then continued as an external consultant, but still in love with the team. And some highlights here with Concrete, for example. The image here is a beautiful exhibition that we've done with the Samdani Foundation from Bangladesh. It was showing a number of artists from South and Southeast Asia. There is, by the way, Diana Campbell-Debencourt, who was curating this show, is soon curating a biennale in Uzbekistan, in Bukhara. I really encourage you to go and see. Some tours that we were doing. I think it's always fun to do tours and to talk about the artists and artworks. This was a show in collaboration with Whitechapel Gallery from London. And until recently, I was managing the pop-up space of Galleria Continua, which is a renowned Italian gallery that exists almost 35 years. And we had a space in the Burj Al Arab Hotel, which, again, not many people, I guess, think as a cultural destination. And initially, the pop-up was planned for 3 months, but it lasted for 3 years, which was a fantastic experience. And yeah, so now I wanted to, after talking about myself, let's talk about the landscape. And yes, I really wanted to share, I guess, very personal views and what I've learned so far. And I think perhaps quite a few people have moved to the UAE who are sitting in the audience, have come to here quite recently. And I think it's always great to have some background and knowledge of what was happening before, even though my time here was quite limited as well. I think it's great to first and foremost understand that the Arab region has such a rich culture, and especially when it comes to modern art. I like to bring this example, when people talk about biennales and, contemporary art events, that the first biennale of the Arab art was hosted in Baghdad in Iraq in 1974. And of course, there are a great number of artists of that generation across the Middle East, across the Levant and North Africa, who really shaped what art is today for us here. The image with the work that you see of Iraqi artists, it was, I think, very striking to see this image traveling around, as it was part of Barjil's collection. It was shown at Whitechapel Gallery and other institutions across the world. So really, it's that kind of strong representation of Arab modern art. But the first steps in the UAE, like Khalil already mentioned, started in 1980 with Emirates Fine Arts Society. And this was a place for artists to meet and to learn together and to practice, to experiment. And the place is still existing. It's like located in Sharjah. And of course, Sharjah, I think of the three Emirates we usually discuss between Sharjah, Dubai, and Abu Dhabi. It is the capital of Arab culture, indeed, and all the growth of the community and fantastic artists that we know today started in Sharjah. And mind you, the Biennale of Sharjah was first hosted in 1993, again, way ahead of its time. I think in Moscow we had the first one in 2001 only, but still Sharjah, I think, is one of the strongest Biennales in the region and even globally in terms of its curatorial approach, in terms of the care of artists and curators. And it's not, I think, what's very different about Sharjah Biennale is also it's not created for marketing purposes. It's not to attract tourism. It's not to get investments. It is to share artistic vision. It is to have sometimes difficult discussions as well. The subjects that are brought, especially at the previous, the latest Biennale that we saw, were very, very strong. So this is the image. And in 2003, Sheikh Akhur Al-Qasimi was appointed as the curator of Sharjah Biennale. And with the establishment of the Sharjah Art Foundation in 2009, kind of those initiatives have cemented and really rooted even further and to grow to what it is now. And while in Sharjah, I think it was more of artistic communities and with the support of Sheikh Akhur, the growth of the Sharjah Art Foundation. In Dubai, I think it's all about entrepreneurs. It's all about young businesses, young gallerists. At the Green Art Gallery, where I was lucky to work as my first gallery, established in 1995 in Dubai, originally by two sisters who had their first gallery in Syria, in Homs, in the 80s. But so one of the sisters, Maya Atasi, pictured here with the brochure of the catalog, I guess, of the exhibition. So this was a villa in Jumeirah, which unfortunately doesn't exist anymore because it had to be demolished for the canal. But it was really working as a living space, as the exhibition space at the same time. And many artists, especially from Syria and some from Iraq and Egypt, really grew together with this gallery. I mean, Fateh Modares, Ismail Fatah, like those names that you see for modern art sales in Christie's and Sotheby's with like record prices, did actually grow together with the gallery. And in 1996, One by One gallery opened, focusing on Indian art. So I guess, again, looking at communities here, we do have, and the art influences, there is a big influence of Arab artists from across the region, but also Indian artists. And then, yes, Majlis Gallery also opened in 1995. It was in Bastakia, and same place where still, I think it still exists, but not very active. It's more kind of a destination for travelers who experienced the older part of Dubai, so that's a great introduction as well. But since early 2000s, there was a rapid growth, I think, in terms of contemporary art scene in Dubai. Tabari Art Space opened in 2003, and this is really, I think, the only gallery left in the financial center who is really focusing on younger voices and conceptual work and really supporting a new generation of artists. Financial Center was established in 2004, and when I landed in Dubai, the IFC was the place to go for art. Definitely, there was the top galleries, and the art nights in the IFC was something of next level. I think it was really, really inspiring. But then the third line opened in 2005 in Al Quoz. You know, it was away from Al Serkal, and Al Serkal didn't really form yet at that stage. So Third Line really was the first proper contemporary gallery with a very experimental program with lots of talks. The image here is by Slavs and Tatars, the artists who would, talk about the region from Eurasia, and we exhibited Slavs and Tatars in Moscow, and they were the first connection, I think, for me with the region and get some understanding. Ayam, established in 2006, and then Christie's and Bonhams, I think with those years pre-crisis, I think the growth of art scene and sales-wise, commercially, first of all, was very strong. And then 2007, Gulf Art Fair was funded, which later rebranded as Art Dubai. As we know, of course, this is our moment of time every year during spring where we all come together, and really it's a big celebration. First galleries in Al Serkal Avenue opened in 2008. It was Ayam as well, so while they already had the space in Financial Center, then in Al Serkal they acted more as an experimental, almost a non-profit space. Meanwhile, in Abu Dhabi, the kind of growth was also very different to Dubai. Yes, we all know it's very much led by the vision of the government and the royal family. The establishment of TDIC, which was called back in the day Tourism Development and Investment Company. So we see that the tourism investments, marketing, it's in culture, it's all as a one government body. And of course, their approach is very different to what we see in Dubai and in Sharjah. Everyone, I guess, was very excited with the first announcement of the big museums coming at Louvre and the Guggenheim. So the Guggenheim, as we see now in Saadiyat, is in full force with the construction. They're promising to finish the build by end of next year, hopefully maybe even earlier. The Louvre has really become a destination. I remember it was difficult in the first days, perhaps, if you come on a weekday, and there will be barely any visitors, but now you have to stand in a queue, you have to, it's becoming like a destination for really everyone to experience it. That's fantastic to see. Abu Dhabi Art started in 2009 as Art Paris. Actually, it's important to remember that with the involvement of the French, with the Louvre Abu Dhabi, and I guess the president of France at that time, Jacques Chirac, was very much involved in these cultural diplomacy agreements, and that's why if you're driving around Saadiyat, you will see Jacques Chirac Street at the cultural district. There are some, speculations and rumors about Abu Dhabi Art soon being rebranded as a different global art fair, but we'll see. We haven't heard any announcements yet. In 2010s, where I moved here and I really experienced it in person, was a rapid, very, very quick growth, and luckily I was able to somehow also contribute with this growth. More galleries opening in Dubai. I mean, right now, I'm losing count. There are so many new spaces and galleries. National Pavilion of the UAE in Venice was established, showing a fantastic program, and now having its permanent location in Arsenale. Al Serkal Avenue has expanded, like I said, with addition of concrete. Warehouse 41 opened in Abu Dhabi, which is the first kind of initiative on its kind, and now it's great to see that the whole district of Mina Zayed is also growing with MISA project, bringing more entrepreneurs, and it's becoming another great experience. I don't know how I'm doing with time. No. I think we're okay. Okay, good. Well, I'm almost done with my slides. Yeah, of course, I guess for us in Dubai, it was very important to have the establishment of a non-profit art center, which acts as a museum, which is Jamil Art Center. But again, still what we have nowadays in Dubai is very much privately led, like privately owned, privately focused, with support and vision by Dubai Culture. But I think it's fantastic that there is not like a strong line and, you know, sort of restrictions or something. Like really the art market is blooming for the reason of support, for the reason of you know, open possibilities. With Alco's creative zone being established, I think, as a vision of the government, it's really becoming more clear that the whole area, which is huge, it's so vast, and soon will organically redevelop as spaces for arts and culture, which is really exciting. I think post-COVID, we all witnessed another new spike in the interest. Of course, we see how many people are coming to Dubai now. The traffic is becoming unbearable. You know, you cannot book a hotel or a restaurant. You really need to think and plan in advance. But this is great, and I think Dubai is now becoming as a like, more stronger center for also like big international voices with Galleria Catino, with whom I've been happy to collaborate for many years, and I'm still in touch, who first brought a solo show by celebrity artist Anish Kapoor. Efi Gallery that opened in Al Hayat Avenue across in Al Quoz brought a solo show by Ellen Achui, a fantastic artist from Ghana, but also Efi is the first gallery focused on African art and owned by African team. Sorry, I went too far. Basto Klassel, who is now called Gallery Perrotin, that had the partnership. Ulis Foundation, that did a fantastic show by Sterling Ruby, an American artist in concrete. And I think Prada Mode was a really interesting experiment coming to Dubai, with the picture that you see by a total installation of artist Damien Hirst, the pharmacy. It was really great to see art world and fashion world also collide in Dubai for the first time, because the crowds really are separate, and this was a really big celebration of the creatives together. I was really happy to witness that some of Russian colleagues who are coming to Dubai to make it their home are really, you know, were able to contribute and do something different. I mean, thank you for Inloco for organizing this today, but also very great initiatives that I was seeing was Tantizan Gallery. He had the space in Al Circal that was a pop-up as well. Wonderful initiative called Mute. They did the first show in Foundry in 2022 with younger artists with Russian origin who had to travel abroad. And then more and more Nika Project Space and Inloco Open Storage in Hayat. Yeah, I guess exciting to see more and more of these new initiatives like Beit al-Mamzar, the programs of ICD Brookfield Place in the IFC. You know, although the IFC is such a commercial space, but ICD Brookfield really manages to support younger artists from the Arab world, first and foremost. Also performing art, you know, spaces like Tashkil where people can come and practice and get a studio. And education is becoming more, you know, stronger, and we see a lot of new artists emerging in the UAE who have been graduating from these universities and fantastic colleges of art and design. I mean, this is just a small list for you guys. Of course, Sheikh Salama bin Hamdan, who was having SIF as an initiative, really bringing new voices. My voice is a little off, but I'm happy to have some questions and answers if you would like.
Thank you. It was a very great overview of the whole things that happened in the past 20 years.
My personal vision, yes, again.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's a very joyful presentation because you've been mentioning those places we like to spend time during our leisure time, during weekends. But I'm ready to pass the mic for questions.
I think I was the first time here in the UAE in 2000, so it's really nice to like listen to your presentation. You kind of also after Khalil, you kind of take us into like this kind of memory lane of what has happened. And it's really beautiful to see that like the energy of what happened was such a condensed moment, you know, in the early 2000s. And now it's become so diverse. So how do you map it? Like, I guess there's a question there.
How do I map it?
How can you map what's happening at the moment? I mean, like,
mapping is what I do professionally. You know, I love building routes for culture, and you know, working on an art guide for many years really helped me to learn more. Absolutely, but it's also, you know, I think at some point you just do it through word of mouth, and you find people who, you know, get excited about new galleries opening, about new pop-up shows. You know, there are places now that people do in their houses as salon, as something more private, not really advertising much, and that is also, you know, I think through communities we're bringing it together and we're building it together and enjoying it as well. So I think my point of view here was very much kind of focused on the kind of art market side, you know, because I'm an art manager, I'm not an artist.
Yeah.
But I guess it's just joyful to be surrounded with like-minded people and just do something together.
yeah, just one more question that kept up a bit part self-interest. But I remember in the beginning of Art Dubai, they had also always like a design section somehow in the thing, and then there was a design week, and so design became separate. But in your talk, you bring it kind of together with fashion and art. Is there more initiatives happening like that?
I will share soon.
Okay.
I'm under NDA, but there is some exciting project coming for spring in the UAE, so I will let you know first.
Okay, great, thank you.
You want to ask?
Yeah.
Sure, yeah.
Oh, you want to say something?
Yeah, just a brief comment. I mean, first, very intriguing what is happening in spring. And second, I had a very brief question. Can we get somewhere your art guides?
So the publishing of physical guides unfortunately stopped. I think there's always that sort of conversation that it's kind of lacking in the UAE to have a consolidated database of everything that's going on. But like I said, at this point of time, it's becoming really difficult to keep track. So I guess we continue with social media also because it's become such an important tool for us, and the algorithms are working in a particular way. So we only see what we like or what we don't like to see. Even like, you know, strong, it's always about strong sort of emotions. But yeah, I guess social media is the way to go, honestly, because no one really has time to read a text these days. No one has time to really research by themselves. So it's really kind of talking to each other and suggesting.
Well, thank you very much. I do agree also with Ms. Huda. It's really nice to see that, you know, the development, the history, and for us, because we've like, you know, seen all this development, it's nice to remember the change over here. I'd like to go back to the galleries when you mentioned about Midges Gallery. It's really interesting. Midges Gallery, you know, established by Alison, and it was the first gallery in Dubai. I think it's her home. She used it, and she used to do an activity, art activities. I think that's go back to late, maybe 1970s, maybe 78, 79. Being more active in 80s. Then the 80s, she turned to place because when they asked to move out, she turned the space to be a gallery. And that was the first gallery open in the Dubai. And that's the importance of the gallery itself. Lately, being like, you know, not that much active, the reason because Alison passed away. When she was around, it was like, you know, her heart was on it and was very active. Still, they do some activities, but maybe people, they don't hear a lot about it. But again, thank you very much.
Likewise, thank you.
Okay, I'm super sorry. It's going to be the last question I received in a forum, and then we can catch Alexei later during the coffee break. So, Olga is asking, what would be your advice to a young gallery entering the UAE scene?
It's a very good question. I've heard lots of these over the past 2 years as the scene is growing, and thank you for bringing this up. I think opening a gallery is a really big undertaking, and there are so many factors you need to account into. Who is your audience? Who are your collector? How are you going to grow this? How are you going to approach them? How are you going to collaborate with government entities, whether it's required or not. But honestly, and this is something I was mentioning in my presentation as well, there are some initiatives like Mute Gallery who don't have their permanent space because it's more or less like artists and curators run without big investments, because I mean, getting the space, getting it fitted out, building a team, you know, it's a huge undertaking. Maybe it's always good to start small. In my personal opinion, it's good to start with pop-ups, with experimentation, you know, building your little community around you, and then grow together.
Sure. Thank you, Alexei. I'm so sorry. We have plenty of mics over here. Is it okay? Like, shall I give some to you? Okay, let me introduce our first speaker in our first session. Is a well-known and, again, marvelous curator, Nadine Khalil, who works in the region for the whole her life, if I can say so. And she's going to introduce us her curatorial research of the past years, which is dedicated to the body as an archive, language of embodiment in the contemporary art practice.
Thank you, Anna. Actually, now I feel like I have not been here for a long time after Alexei's and Khalid's presentations. Thanks for the context. Yeah, I want to start by saying that, you know, my talk today is not really about Dubai as a place, it's about the body as a place. And interestingly, just to follow on the last comment to Alexei, I was in Abu Dhabi Art a couple of days ago, and 2 gallerists were asking me about what I thought if they would move to Dubai. Both gallerists were Lebanese, of course not in Lebanon, but it's kind of interesting to kind of zoom out and look at Dubai as a locus for other people to navigate, as a locus or a space where other practices can unfold. And I guess that's part of what I'm going to do here today. Okay, so about me, I've been writing for a very, very long time, basically publishing my work, really looking at the region as a whole, and Dubai is a space from which I look out to the region. For more than 15 years, I would say, writing and editing on contemporary art practices. But it's basically what I've learned in art criticism that has brought me to curating. And basically, I would say that my curatorial practice is a critique of the contemporary art world today. It's a critique that, you know, since contemporary art exploded on the scene in the 1990s, it's been so formalized and so commercialized that we have lost track of who the artist is. So it's really become about objecthood. And for me, after seeing dozens of art fairs, thousands of shows, many biennials, I start to find that there's something static about looking at the work as an object, right? And so obviously, you know, my expertise is in creating the narrative around the work, and at times the narrative becomes more important than the work. And that's where I start to find, well, what is the link to the artist? And I became a lot more interested in artists in the region where I'm from, which you could say Levant. Some people could say that's a bit colonial. You could say Mediterranean, which links us to Europe. But compared to the Gulf, it is definitely a different region. It's different culturally, topographically, different food customs. And so I became interested in looking at it more when I left than when I was there. So in a way, Dubai has been that haven for me to look back at where I'm from. And over the past 5 years, as Anna mentioned, I've been really focusing on performativity, which is not performance, it's different. It's works that can perform, as in they decay and change over time, they're process-driven works. It's also artists who leave an imprint on their work, whether through their bodies or through gestures or invisibly. So it's really kind of looking at this thing that I felt was missing and that the art world no longer spoke to me in the same way and become became increasingly sanitized and packaged. So I'm really trying to kind of deconstruct this term and practice. And what you see here is an image of an artist I worked with in the last show that I curated here, or one of last year. I've done a couple more since then. And it's basically a work by Myrna Bamier where right before she left Palestine, she was the only, Ramallah, she was the only kombucha maker there. And this is an image of her saying goodbye to her overgrowing kombucha, very healthy one. And so it's also, obviously, I'm also looking at the relationship between the human and the non-human world, which is a very trendy discourse today. But so to go back on this idea of performativity, taking it from a macro scale is also looking at how is the exhibition a performance, and how is, just like artists obsess over ideas and iterate and reiterate and, have bodies of work around ideas, curators do too, and critics do as well. So I actually see the exhibition also as this space to perform other people's practices, of course, where I'm invisible. But essentially, when I'm looking at performance, I'm looking at the relationship, the very personal, direct relationship to the body, also the relationship to technology, so the idea of the hybrid body, the amplified body, who we project, what are our online personas, and the biocultural relationship, because I'm actually working with a lot of artists in Palestine and Lebanon that are really looking at the loss of culture, heritage, and food traditions, and healing traditions in our society. So it's not just that, war destroys buildings and bodies, it also destroys the transmission of this knowledge. And I do see as an art critic that this is actually becoming more and more prevalent. So I think the best way to go about this is to mention that obviously I'm researching so many artists, and they're not just relegated to Lebanon and Palestine. I will focus on these two today because a lot of them did show here in Dubai, which would be interesting to discuss. But again, essentially, since I'm independent for now, for the last 5 years, I work outside the institution. So how do I show you work that has not been installed or shown? That's also the other really tricky thing about art. Art is not art just because it's there in an exhibition. Art is being produced every day. Sadly, we see literally, I think it's the last statistic was 0.03% of the artists who perform and do work is actually seen and visible and documented. So this is also another thing to keep in mind. It's quite frustrating actually for critics because we need to be anthropologists, and then as you rise in your career, you actually have less and less time to go and see artists in their studios and see what people are doing before it's been shown in an exhibition. So I want to start with I see this first exhibition as the beginning of this curatorial practice. I showed it last year at a new space that Alexi mentioned, Nika Project Space, which has been really doing some great things at looking at, the post-Soviet region, but also just other underrepresented regions in the world, and emerging artists that are just kind of rising to the fore and kind of creating conversations between different parts of the world that you normally wouldn't see together. And I mean, this artist is really significant, Liane, because she actually is the niece of the late Tariq Hussein, who is a Palestinian Kuwaiti photographer, very well known here, who had a performative practice, and he was documenting the man-made islands in Abu Dhabi, more than 200 of them, which was supposed to become a book. Hopefully it will one day. And, this is just another example of, the UAE having hosted people from other regions here, and she's his niece, and of course the link to Palestine is inevitable. She's also from the same family, and this work that she did was really as she was becoming a mother herself. She thought of women who were imprisoned. She created these amulets that, she calls them womb amulets, but after when we spoke, it's also a reference to the internal organs, to the guts. And it's really such a beautiful abstract work. If I didn't tell you about all the political history behind it, you might look at it differently. Basically, they're stitched in the same stitch as a friendship bracelet, and inside each amulet she coded the name of a Palestinian woman prisoner as of last May 2023. Of course, this number changes, and there are always much less women in prison than there will be men in Palestine. These are the ones that were documented. 29 women, she coded their name in a very interesting message, because, you know, in the past, Palestinians were known, the women were known for having coded messages to their husbands who were in prison in order to reach out to them and to message them. And this was kind of like her form of giving them, you know, honor, but also a message to them, a silent message to them as she was becoming a mother. So this is one example of an artist I'm working with who also began very traditionally with tatriz before she started thinking about the body. So it is kind of interesting that, you know, what I'm finding in my own research is that it's not necessarily that artists are performers, you know, trained or wanting to perform, especially in our culture. Ideas around the body are a little different, you know. I mean, radical performance would look very different for us. And it's just that I think it's a certain maybe helplessness or a certain, the only way to respond, I believe, is to start with yourself, you know. And I think the best example I can give you is 1990s Beirut, where the lecture performance really became a thing due to someone called Walid Raad, you know, who really almost as a way to convince the audience that him as the artist was speaking from the position of authority, whereas he was always fictionalizing the archive. So again, this is just to take a broad stroke of like what happened in societies like Lebanon being somewhere where supposedly there is freedom of expression, supposedly the press is thriving and there's all kinds of press, but as we know, even though we have many papers, most of them are allied with political parties or perspectives, which means at the end of the day, you have to read everything and then come up with your own decision. So a lot of artists in the 1990s were responding to this saturation of information that exists in Lebanon. It's also very unfiltered in terms of the media landscape. So it's not one channel. And of course, I can criticize it because I'm from Lebanon. Of course, I love freedom, but I mean, look at the situation, you know? And so it is interesting as an art critic to notice that in the 1990s, a group of Lebanese artists were exported and became famous. Walid Raad, Akram Zaatari, Rabia a lot of them were using the lecture performance as the term, and definitely all of them were looking at the archive as their main source material, but they were adding their own narrative to the archive. So the image was the archive, which normally is what you think. You see an old image, you think this is the archive. Now, what I'm claiming is that the body is becoming the archive, which is a very key moment in the countries that we're talking about because of, I would say, really ongoing war and a certain structural helplessness, which brings me to Myrna Bami, who I briefly introduced before and who, you know, I've been following her work for a while. Myrna is very significant also in relation to the UAE. She first showed her work here in the last Sharjah Biennial, in the old vegetable market. And she's a very interesting artist, trained as a chef, and really looking at this idea of abundance and decay and food scarcity. And of course, again, you know, recipes and traditions that we have lost, but from a very contemporary perspective, because she looks at fermentation as that, you know, transitional moment between something being healthy for you and then something molding. And so she creates these like all-encompassing installations which include actual fermented materials, whether they be pickles or lemons, videos, like the video that was installed in the sink, and also sound performance where she performs her own hunger and dissatisfaction and restlessness. Someone who had to leave Ramallah in order just to keep being an artist and keep working. And so, again, I feel that she's really speaking something very powerful in relation to our time. After this show that we did together, she went on to you know, do a show in TBA 21 Academy, also in Shanghai. So she's been doing this work, really performing this food, kind of decaying in spaces and immersive installations for quite a while. And also just to say, the title of this exhibition, and now a few of the case studies that I'm showing you are all from that exhibition, was called I Can No Longer Produce the Limits of My Own Body. And it's interesting in relation to Anna's theme of semiotics, because it was basically a subversive take on a quote by Jean Baudrillard at a very interesting book that not many people mention. It was a 1987 book called The Ecstasy of Communication, when he was looking at the proliferation of TV screens as being the demise of our personal sense of interiority and intimacy while we were being overexposed to what was there on TV. And it's kind of interesting that he spoke about TV in 1987. We could maybe say the same thing about the internet today. So it was kind of, you know, very forward-looking for its time. And I was looking at a very specific quote where he said, you know, where he always referred to the individual as a he. He said, "It is the end of interiority and intimacy, the overexposure and transparency of the world which traverses him without obstacle. He can no longer produce the limits of his own being, can no longer play or stage himself, can no longer produce himself as a mirror." So it was really this idea that we can no longer see ourselves because we're kind of surrounded with this, you know, media exposure, which I feel is very much something that we're dealing with now. And therefore, from he can no longer produce the limits of his own being, it became I can no longer produce the limits of my own body. And then I moved to another artist who's here with us today. Dalia. Dalia Khalifi was a wonderful discovery, and interestingly, I had never actually seen her performances, though Dalia was, and I hope still will be, based in Beirut, and a lot of her work comes from that space. I received a portfolio of Dalia's work, which is really very post-internet, but there's a lot of material work, really looking at resources, materials, non-humans, not really looking at her own body at that point. But at the same time, she was performing and dancing, and we were talking about this idea of sweat. And Dalia was actually applying for a grant, really thinking about the healing conditions of, you know, like collective gatherings around sweat, like think of saunas and things like this, but also the fact that sweat for her was really an indicator of everything that was wrong with Beirut at that moment during the pandemic and post-pandemic, you know, the electricity crisis, generators on all the time. This sense that, you know, what is leaving your body as sweat to cool you down also indexes a very deep internal discomfort of just like overheating. And I felt this in Dubai many times, where I felt that I am a machine, I am a device that now has reached my peak and I can't actually be outdoors. But from a very different point of view in Lebanon, it's really linked to that external environment of, you know, heat being blasted because of failure of a government to provide resources. And so really Dalia was a big inspiration for this show, because she was archiving all the possible gestures based on her own body that could exist through this AI chatbot that you see there. And she wanted to create a chatbot that only responds in movement, you know, to emotions, which I thought was phenomenal, because it's also a critique of the way we use chatbots now to generate generic language, right? And language that, you know, we also have. But so this was a very interesting kind of gestural interpretation. And I think this chatbot is still being developed, and there's still work that we can do. She also danced with the chatbot, and had just a performance recently in NYU where it keeps moving and changing. And I mean, what I can say personally, I mean, obviously when I'm working with an artist, I'm very inside the work. Sometimes I cannot see how it evolves, but seeing her last performance in NYU as part of a tech and arts performance made me realize that, you know, live, she was more of this glitchy, non-human thing, and her chatbot projected on the screen felt like the human in a way, because it was modeled on her. So, you know, I love artists who are kind of working between that blurry boundary between, you know, where actually can we say this is where my body ends, you know? And I'm going to present now a couple more examples of some research I'm doing also with artists, just also to give you, I mean, though they are case studies, I really do feel that they point to wider concerns and themes that large number of predominantly women artists are facing. This is Petra Sarhal, very also interesting artist from Lebanon, moving around now, who actually comes from a foraging family. And that's quite interesting because I just now curated a very young Emirati artist, Aliazia El Nahyan, who also comes from a foraging family. Both these artists, their grandparents were going into the forest, not in the case of the UAE, not the forest, but into the wild, so to speak, to find plants with medicinal properties. So Petra remembers this from her mother, her grandmother, who would create balms out of these plants. And so she's been performing and making material work around the idea of two things, scent and ancestral care. And this is something she performed in Beirut just this year at a new artist-run space called Takeover Space, that really looks at oranges and oral histories, again linked to Palestine, to kind of recreate a map of what is gone. So I think it's incredibly, poetic, and there is this really strong link between Lebanon and Palestine culturally, I think through the land, if not by descent. So it is interesting just to see these artists who are crossing territories in this way. She also creates, so as you can see, this is how she maps out through materials, areas based on what used to be present there before the wars. Wars have such a deeply destructive impact also on all life, not just human life, as we know. And it's really sad to see the colors that then get, completely lost as a result. And what was I saying? Yeah, so it's also really about, for me, the research element and working with these artists is before then they ultimately get showcased in an exhibition or a book is about all the levels of knowledge production that artists produce, which I think is really, artists are the ones who are, in my opinion, seeing the future, and responding to the moment we live in. And it's not that the work has to be a political slogan, but these are definitely very non-violent and beautiful ways to respond to a world that is not what we hope it could be. And I don't know, how am I doing on time? 2 minutes, oh, perfect. Okay, so I will just end here. So obviously, not just right now, but just to say that, obviously, I realize the shortcomings of, and I wish Salwa was here with us today, who is an art historian, but I am very much rooted in the contemporary. But I do understand that it's really important to trace a lineage. As I said, I just came across two artists whose parents were foragers. We never talk about this in relation to the Arab region. We talk about food, but we don't talk about foraging. Foraging seemed to be a thing that happened in Denmark after the famous Noma, but in fact, it does exist in our region too. We do look at seasonal produce. We do, in the old days, have a different relationship to the natural environment. And so I'm also thinking about how to trace this within a larger lineage that may not be a modernist lineage, but still relatively contemporary. And I came across this phenomenal Palestinian artist who in the 1970s was photocopying her body. She used the very first color Xerox photocopier in 1974 to photograph her body. Before that, she was doing self-portraits. This was just like, it blew me away the same way I was blown away when I found out that Nadia Say Ali from Beirut in the 1970s was doing kinetic art inspired by the signs in Hamra Street, way before she knew that there were kinetic artists that were working at that time. Like, again, we really need to archive our history. The body is this archive that maybe passes through generations, but it's up to researchers and curators to really discover what has not been told. And so Amal Abdel-Noor is from Nablus. Her parents moved to Cairo when she was young. She studied in France, and she literally was just doing this work in the 70s. And this is, she says, "Mother, don't cry, I'm okay." I mean, she was really a performance artist ahead of her time. Why has it taken us until 2020 to discover her? So, you know, it is really time, I think, for us to really dig a bit more deeply. Just like the UAE, as people were saying, there was a history here before. It's really arbitrary what stories get told, especially from the region. And so it's really time to also celebrate the lesser known and maybe the more subversive, I would say, artists who were doing really avant-garde work. And thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is it? Yeah, it's turn on. It's a fabulous presentation, and the last piece, it's truly a discovery. Thank you for sharing. And if you don't mind, I would start with a question with the form, and then we'll stick to you. You're going to be shooted by this question, because how to make installation art commercially successful so the artist can continue creating?
Well, there's no one answer to that. But I mean, I know how to do it because I've been creating. I'm not an artist, but I know what will make the work successful. And sometimes it's at the detriment of the artist because there's a checklist in terms of themes. You know, relevance. Obviously, climate crisis is extremely relevant. But how can you make a work that's aesthetically compelling within the trendy theme? To the persona of the artist, is there a story that needs to be told? Like we just found this discovery. I mean, I saw this work and I thought it was much more contemporary than it was. 3, allying with the right gallery, with the right curator, with the right biennial. I mean, there is a checklist, but at the end of the day, it will be arbitrary. Do you know? I don't know if this answer. I mean, the art world is a very cruel place. Yeah. You know, it's a beautiful place. I'm here because of it, but you know, it's quite arbitrary. And I feel artists' pain when they don't get seen, but it's just about, sometimes it's about an intersection of factors and visibility in the right place at the right time that lead to that success, you know? Because you could have a fabulous installation, you know, in a space that no one has heard of in Warsaw, even if Warsaw has a great art scene, and it would go unnoticed if the right writer didn't write about it, the right space didn't document it, the right curator wasn't there. You know what I mean? So it's a combination of factors, and sadly not all linked to the work or the artists themselves. So that's my critical response.
For sure, I totally get it. And we have another question.
Hello, my name is Paulina. Thank you for the lecture. It was really interesting. And the most interesting moment in it was that you work with female artists and you work with body-driven practices. And as I felt in the region that the depiction of the body parts is not really welcomed, did you encounter any difficulties? How did you start working with it? Why did you choose such topic?
Well, I mean, if you notice, the works that I've showed are not explicit. There are other kind of works that are more explicit, but I've been theorizing this idea of the radical in performative practices, which in the West, or not even West, even in Eastern Europe, right, with Abramovich and so on, came out of a shift towards nudity and self-harm, right? So that is the way we studied radical performance. There is a phenomenal lecture performance by Rabia Mroué and his partner Lina Sana, entitled Who is Afraid of Representation?, where they both act. Lina Sana reads all the history of radical performance art, including Chris Burden being shot in the arm in the gallery, everything. Marina Abramovich with the table of tools, where anyone, to show human nature as well. And I thought that was phenomenal, because even in Lebanon, where there used to be less restrictions, you know, they used the voice. So in order to perform this, without performing it, does it make it less explicit if the body is not exposed? Not necessarily. Look at what, you know, Iran has done with cinema under extreme coded and semiotic restrictions, right? So my work is not about exposing the body. That's a big misunderstanding. I don't mind it if it makes sense. My work is about creating new languages for the body, and these are coded. And for me, the more interest is in this region because it's more subtle, but it's also much more subversive and much more powerful, especially when it comes from a woman's body, especially when you have someone like Leanne talking about motherhood in that way, in relation to imprisonment. That's certainly not what she That's certainly not what she thinks. She does not think that becoming pregnant is a form of imprisonment. Her ode to the Palestinian prisoners was a gesture of radical empathy. Sadly, it's taken a lot of war and conflict and let's say the late blooming syndrome in the case of the UAE, which hasn't had the same history, to get there, you know what I mean? To get to the point to say that, there's so much that needs to be told. There's an urgency here, and for me, that is the work, not necessarily whether it's explicit or not. I think sadly, and this is my personal criticism as a person from the Arab world, because all the rules have been broken in the West, there are no more rules, right? Except for now in relation to Germany and other places. But in terms of the body, and there's no more rules. And so it's actually less interesting because it's all been done. Here it's a lot more interesting because you have to work within certain social frameworks, certain codes of honor, respect, and integrity. And also it's not the same in every country. What I see in Saudi in terms of the street culture and the way people perform outdoors is different from what I see in the UAE, where there are some performance artists who perform anonymously or wearing something, or so, and here also you have a different folkloric tradition that is being used performatively than Lebanon does, where there's a big separation between folkloric performance and contemporary performance. So I hope this answers your question, but it's definitely exactly what I say. We're talking about the city, so these are bodies in relation to the cities in which they were raised, and they're responding, so they have to respond with the languages they know. You're not going to just, come and do something very offensive. But it might happen in the future. But for me, it's not really, like Amal Abdenour photographing and giving a distorted self-portrait is similar to now a Palestinian artist who's so young, who's also doing this, who just graduated from the RCA. And the idea of distorting your body in relation to grief or in relation to something else is what I'm interested in, not the fact that the body is being shown, because that then becomes an object again, So, yeah, but it is a good question, and I think about it a lot, because my reference is the West still. But this is, we do have our own practices as well.
Okay, thank you so much, because it was really interesting for me.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you. We are a bit beyond the timing, so I suggest us to have a break. And if you have any individual questions, you still can catch up our speakers in a hall. So final applause to Nadine. different themes. And the first one is amazing Huda AbiFares, founder of the HUD Foundation and HUD Books publisher house, and her talk about the poetics of Arabic script in a public space. Thank you.
Start anyways.
Sure, yeah, I'll drag them. So here is a clicker to turn the slides. And yeah, it's on.
Okay.
And a timer for you to help navigate.
Is it on?
Yes. Yeah.
It's nice to have a small audience, actually. Maybe you should come closer. We feel like a family here.
Sure.
Okay. Well, thank you for, first, I would like to thank you for inviting me. Thank you for Inloco, for the team in Inloco, and for Dubai Culture for providing the space to actually exchange ideas. It's really wonderful to be in this new, apparently it's not new to me, design, art and design library, so I think the context is really inspiring. I wanted to talk, I will do what everybody does is kind of talk about myself 5 seconds, and then we go on with the real story. So my name is Huda Smitshuijzen, AbiFares, and I'm not looking, I'm going to try and time myself as well. My talk, first I want to talk about why I started the HUD Foundation. I'm trained as a graphic designer. I was born in Beirut. I studied in the US, and then I moved to the Netherlands, and then after years of being away, I was invited to teach at the American University in Beirut. And this is where it kind of clicked to me, the importance of actually creating, an education and kind of being involved or looking and researching about graphic design from the region, which I did not study, and having grown up in Beirut doesn't make you automatically an expert. So after years of struggling with, how do you create a space for research, a platform for research, a collaborative platform that is not connected to one institution, because institutions come with their own programs and needs and restrictions. And so the HUD Foundation was founded while I was teaching here in Dubai, at the American University in Dubai. So after years I came and I started teaching here. And I was teaching graphic design, and I started the foundation, and at the time there was no way to kind of create an easy way of creating a non-profit organization in the UAE. And it was very easy to do it in Holland. And as a Dutch national and a person who's already, continues to live there while living in Dubai, so living between two places, it was easy to found it in Dubai in 2004. The first thing we did is actually, in 2006, we did a big conference here in Dubai on design. It was called Kitabat. Kitabat in Arabic means writings, and it was about bringing together calligraphers, graphic designers, and type designers, people that were working with technology and developing typefaces for the Arabic script, which was at the time also, again, first ever conference done with this, bringing cross-discipline in a way, but disciplines that are connected to each other. So for me, the foundation really is been founded on this idea of bringing people together, either from different disciplines and or from different cultures, different practices, to kind of expand the dialogue and to kind of bring the level of contemporary typography at the time needed that help. I mean, now it's really kind of moved on, which is really nice to see. So anyway, in 2010, we've been doing all these research projects, and so we decided, I always struggled to find someone to publish the books, to document this into books and to publish it, because the market is small. The market remains small, regrettably. But at the time, it was really impossible. And so we decided that maybe it's just as easy to just start your own publishing house, and it's a kind of extension to the foundation, and then it grew to be an independent publishing house. So this is in a nutshell me. So I'll go through these slides very fast. This is a kind of like collage from the snapshot from the foundation's platform, online platform. The foundation is a center for Arabic typography, but it's not a physical center, it's actually a virtual center. And this is some of the publications we do for the publishing house. We focus on research-based publications, specifically on design and typography from the region. And often our books are bilingual, so we also explore how do you design a publication that can be read from different directions, how does the two texts interact, what are the topics that interest us. Some of these projects are commissioned, some of them are, in a sense, like we ask an author to write a research about a specific thing, so it's commissioned kind of publishing. Some of it is my personal research, some of it is an author comes and says, do you think my book is something you would like to publish? And there it's always difficult to pick something that works for the series of the books that we make. In 2014, we started a series called the Arabic Design Library series, and the series is basically short monographs about pioneer designers from different countries in the Arab world, sort of a way to create a history of design that doesn't exist, and to have these works documented and kept for future generations. So the process of working on it, we set up with like a few names that we knew, and you could count them on one hand, actually. And we thought, okay, it was going to be a really small series. But what happened was very interesting, because once you publish something, people come up to you and say, well, did you think of this person? Did you think of that person? So the process became a kind of like self-generative research, where you start to learn about people and you start to dig into their archives and you start to look for their archives and try to really just salvage things that probably would have been thrown away and destroyed, because of course graphic design, printed matter, is something that is not valuable by itself as an object, and sometimes the sketches or the processes or the drawings of the artists are not kept because they're not really artworks per se, they're just a sketch of a design, whereas if you document it, then it becomes something that people can learn from, and you have a very nice way of understanding the work in a critical way by looking behind the scenes. So this is a little bit roughly what we do. We also do workshops, exhibitions, and collaborations with other institutions. But today I wanted to focus on more like this idea of public space and the importance of the Arabic script to the culture, to the Arab cultures, the various Arab cultures, but also its importance in giving identity to a city, to a place that we go to. So, for example, the minute you walk into a city and you see Arabic script, you know you are either in an Arab neighborhood or you are in an Arab country. It's automatically, it's like the symbol of where it gives you a sense of where you are. But the Arabic script is particular. I mean, of course, I'm biased. I am Lebanese originally. I speak Arabic. And I also am a graphic designer, typographer. So this is something I'm fascinated by, and I feel like I always learn from. But it also has a really deep importance that is rooted in the culture. It is not just a writing system that you use to write things. It's also by itself an art form. It's spiritual. It's got a lot of mythology around it. It's connected to poetry. It's connected to thought. It's connected to abstract art. So it's really unique in the way we perceive the script. And that kind of can work in both ways. It can be also a burden, like how far can you get away with changing things or making experiments with it, or the minute you go out of out too far, you might be seen as destroying something. So there's always this balance of working with the script in a respectful way, but also not being limited by it and being able to play with it. I mean, typography in general in the public space gives a kind of a city an identity. Like I said, you come into a city, you sense that you are in a kind of popular neighborhood, chic neighborhood, in a this culture, that culture. So it gives a sense of space. And when you use it in an artistic way, you can also create landmarks. You can create, you can help people understand where they are in the city. And so it kind of has a structural function. You can bring it also closer to people. So sometimes, often you see signs that there's typography around us all the time, wherever you go, everything, your phone, your house, your street, everywhere you see, there's always type and text. But when it's used in an artistic way, it gives a different sense, it gives a different connection to the city. The way it is not just a text, it's also a material thing. What kind of material is used, what kind of scale, how it relates to the body, how do you move around it? It's not just a flat thing, it's also three-dimensional. So there's all sorts of complex things. It's a complex medium that you see, you read, but it also influences you in its materiality, in its formal design, and its message. So all these things makes it a very complex and very rich medium to play with and to work with when you are thinking of, as an artist or as a designer, creating things for public space. How far do you go? In history, we have, and I'm sure the next speaker will be better at talking about it, we have a long history of wonderful inscriptions that are, you know, like old inscriptions that are graffiti, but we have contemporary graffiti that are more ephemeral because their inscriptions were engraved graffiti. So anyway, I'll go through a couple of projects and focus on one of the oldest one that we did that was the most ambitious one talking about this topic. So this project was done in 2019, and it was about mapping the ancient Arabian scripts from the region. And these scripts, I mean, they are in some ways the ancestors of the Arabic script, directly and indirectly, but also the ancestors of most written scripts in the world. And they just came from this region. This is not a real map, this is a kind of conceptual map. So what was nice about the project was looking at, you know, all these different scripts. Some of them are no longer used. Some of them were used for the Arabic script or for languages we don't use anymore, extinct languages. And looking at their aesthetics, we did research about their history as much as we could find information. Some have more information than others. And then we end up designing, you know, very simple fonts that we gave to artists and other designers, like fashion designers, jewelry designers, etc. And they use these scripts to create their own stories, because it's writing, so you can write whatever you want. So the exhibition was called Nomadic Traces, and it was in Abu Dhabi. At the time, it was called Warehouse 421. Then the exhibition went, we did a book that was very nice, extensive book about it, and it was also exhibited in Saudi Arabia in 2021. Also, I'm looking at lettering in the environment is something that we take for granted, but we published in 2000, I don't know the dates now anymore, this book that was a research by a young Egyptian student, graphic design student, who wanted to kind of synthesize the visual culture. So she started from the city, actually, from the physical space, and made an analysis of all the different visual expressions, the use of colors, the use of text, the use of how the text is used on signs, in books. And she mapped it and made the whole study that is kind of like a dictionary of, if you want to be an authentic Egyptian graphic designer, maybe you should learn this, or at least know about it. And that was a very beautiful project we worked with her on. A lot of the research projects that we do are self-initiated, and I personally take credit for initiating them, because I sometimes it's random things you go into. Tell me, like, raise your hand when I talk too much. Okay. So random things, I go into a city for the first time and I discover something and it triggers an idea. And so this is an example of a project that I was invited to in Morocco, in Marrakesh, to give a talk in the art school. And then when I was walking through the city and through the old souk, which is other than being fascinating as a place, I discovered a new script I had never seen, which is the Tifinagh script that was starting to be put on signs everywhere in the city. So the signs in the city had 3 languages, the Amazigh, Arabic, and French, and each had its own script, which is, again, very unique. So we're used to, in the Arab world, having everything in Arabic and English, or Arabic and French, but there was another language. And what was fascinating is that the script itself was, the way that the signs were made, they were visually completely not connected. So the scripts have very different history. The Tifinagh is more like as ancient as Phoenician, so it's very rudimentary in the sense that it's very geometrical, almost like symbols. The Arabic is the other extreme, completely, especially the Maghribi scripts that is used, very, very ornamental, very fluid, connected, complex. And the Latin script kind of falls in between. And so I thought, oh, that would be a nice idea to actually make a project out of that. So we did the research. We put together a team of three teams of mixed designers. So we had a Spanish designer and an Arab or Moroccan designer. And we did the research over a whole period of a year, visiting different places. So through the research, we discovered that, for example, the Maghribi script that we were interested in actually was very much used in the Andalus, in southern Spain, when that was a kind of Arab, Moroccan, I don't know if I can say Moroccan, but kind of Arab Amazigh cultural hub in the 13th century. And so it was interesting to go back to that route. And while we were doing this research, we started to discover that also in that area, in the Spanish context, in the visual culture of certain cities like Granada and Valencia and Cordoba, you could see also in the Latin script, the way they drew the script, that had the Moroccan flavor, or it had a kind of Arabic flavor. It was eccentric, it was bold, it was very, very playful. Not specifically the way you see the script normally in the rest of Western Europe. So anyway, I don't want to talk too long about it, but this was the basis of the research, and we did a lot of travels across and worked throughout the whole time and developed 3 different font families that are extremely different. The middle one was very much bringing these 3 scripts together in a kind of functional way. The one on the elixir one was kind of taking this idea of, building in Arabic, because of the way you write from right to left, the horizontal lines tend to be thicker than the vertical ones. In Latin, it's the opposite. So it's this dialogue between 2 scripts. And the last one, Kunduz, was inspired by a famous Sufi calligrapher, Al-Kandusi. It was like, you see his calligraphy everywhere in Morocco. And his work is like crazy and bold and completely uncharacteristic, very personal. And so they were inspired from that calligraphy to create the other typefaces the other scripts. So I go on. So this idea of looking at the city as a source to inspire you is for type design is very wealthy, because it's very hard to come up with with type design. Most of the time when you create fonts, you create them for very practical, commercial, not commercial, but very practical purposes. So at some point, they tend to be like all sans serifs, and then if you're an expert, you can tell the differences. But when you create for public space, you don't have to worry about whether they're functional, because what you want is actually what you see in all the inscriptions. You want to have like a work of art that every time you look at it, you can look at it every day and you don't get tired. So reading is a problem. Like you want to read, but you don't want to read easily. You want to every time discover a new thing. It makes it interesting, makes it lively. So this project was started in 2009 after I had just left Dubai. I left Dubai in 2008, and I was like, still my heart was a bit here, if I say that. And I was very much, I left Dubai in the middle of when it was just like growing, building cities. So cities were like constantly in my head. And I thought it would be nice to think of a way to make a city through typography, through a lettering project in public space, something that is unique and also close to a person. And I think that poetry is very, very close to our hearts as human beings, but especially people from, this region, the Arab and like the Swana region. And so the idea was to create a project where we bring people to collaborate together, be inspired by the city, and come up with new typefaces and applications that are for public space and very poetic. So I'm going to take you through this project. It was called Matchmaking because it was to design Latin and Arabic together. It's an old project, but it remains very lively. If you ever want to read about it, there's a video on it. So what we did is also in this project, it was in teams, 5 teams of architects, product designers, graphic designers, and type designers. And we traveled, we did this kind of marrying Amsterdam and Dubai. And for me, they kept saying, why do we have to go to Dubai? I mean, Dubai is not a really, truly Arab country because it's so mixed. And I said, but that's because of that, it's really a truly Arab country. We have to go there, you have to see it. And so we had a few trips in Amsterdam. We brought everybody to Amsterdam, and then we came, okay, 5 minutes is good. I'm close to the end. And then from there we went we came to Dubai. We were offered, I think, during, I can't remember, Bastakia art fair or something. We had a whole house, an old house. We could actually exhibit some of the work, the research in progress. We had presentations, we had discussions with people, which I think is really very unique to be able to do that while you're researching and developing ideas. And we spent a week in Dubai, and we spent a week in Amsterdam, et cetera, et cetera. And I'll show you quickly what the projects were. So one project took this idea of taking, what we do in Amsterdam is you always, also here you kind of dredge, you take the soil, and you make islands with it, or you make more land. In Amsterdam, you do the opposite. You open it so that you have canals, you have things. So this was the idea also of like, in Dubai, we take the sand and we put it in the sea, and in Netherlands, we take the sand to get water into the... And they're both kind of, so it was looking at similarities between cities and approaches to materiality. So they started with this idea of sand and building from the physical thing, they designed the typefaces. So they made the experiment in 3 dimensions. Normally you sketch by hand, and they sketch with material. This was another one where it's more about, the fact that Arabic is all connected, so they created a script that is all connected also in Latin. So in fact, you can write Arabic and then write Latin, and then, so it's all like integrated. And it's open to being used in any material you want, and this was an example. Another one was inspired by inscriptions, really, and so they walked into the calligraphy museum in Sharjah, and they saw these old manuscript of Abbasid script that is this like very bold, heavy Kufi. And then they looked at lettering in Amsterdam that was done by architects for buildings in the 1920s and 30s. And there were some kind of similarities in monumentality, in boldness. And so they worked on this marriage between the two and came up with a typeface that could be and big, and also for augmented reality. At the time, that was exciting, new stuff, augmented reality. And another group thought of creating a script that can only be done as 3 dimensions, so you cannot write it. You can only 3D print it and have it as an object, a script that can only be an object, that cannot exist in typing. So they made this idea of, that the letter forms are just one strip that can be bent and turned and, to create words, to create letters, and that can be only 3D printed. And then this group worked on this idea of like modularity. So all the letter forms are the same size. They're almost like screens or tiles. And you could build them to create three-dimensional shadows. They can be cut into different materials. They can be protruded into four-dimensional thing. And this is an example of proposal for maybe a public park. It says in the shade. So like you can play in the shade of the sculpture. This is some other examples. And then I wanted to end with somebody else's work, but just to go back to this idea of what typography can be. And nowadays, we have lots of examples of calligraphers and artists and designers that really use the script to make three-dimensional spaces that you go into. Or they can be virtual performances. Or they can be, painted and like taking, almost refurbishing older parts of the city. Or they can be poetry, literally poetry in public space, where the poetry is something you can read but not read, and these are examples from Amsterdam. And then I end with this, I think it was a nice way to end the conversation by saying, we're just at the beginning. There's so much more we can do in public space, and so much more we can do with calligraphy and contemporary art, and bringing design and art together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have a time for one question. Who is lucky and brave enough? Okay.
First of all, thank you very much. It was really inspiring. And it's not much a question, but it's funny because I recently came across the work of a guy. He reached out to me on social media. Wait one second. Mohammed Sharaf. I don't know if you know him. Okay, then it's done. Okay. Because he contacted me through Instagram, and I saw that he's doing this beautiful graphic design, also inspired by modernism, and that he opened this weird shawarma place that also has like this very kind of authentic branding that seems very interesting in terms of placemaking. And so yeah, I just wanted to know if you ever heard of him, because it really looks like he's doing very interesting stuff, and I thought it might interest you. No, I think it's in Kuwait, because he's Kuwaiti, I think. And but yeah, he's doing like a beautiful work, so I'm glad you know him. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm so sorry to hurry you up, but still, after this session, we're having a long break, and you'll get a chance to talk with our speakers in person. And let me introduce, please, our second talk today by fabulous Maurice Pomerantz, who is doing Arabic literature studies, if I'm not wrong, in NYU Abu Dhabi. And he's going to talk about some graffiti from Abbasid, Baghdad.
Thank you, everyone.
Applause, please.
Lately, I've been the sort of midwife of other people's lectures. One of the things I do at New York University, Abu Dhabi, is I run something called the NYU Abu Dhabi Institute, which has public lectures twice a week, Mondays and Wednesdays at 6 p.m. throughout. There are around 50 here in Abu Dhabi, around 30 in New York. Check them out. They're long form, they're academic. They're really interesting. And I guess as a result of that, in terms of framing, my scholarly self often is repressed or suppressed, and I beg your indulgence for what is, I think, a talk of the old-fashioned kind. That is, it has a sort of argument to it, or at least it's about the poetics of script. How script was understood, how graffiti was understood in the past. When I was talking to Anna about this, this gathering, immediately a book came to my mind. I'm an expert in the Arabic literature of the 10th century, and it just so happens that among the most charming books of this distant past is a small compendium called the Book of Strangers, Kitab Adab al-Ghuraba. I immediately thought of it in relation to this theme because it's mainly devoted to stories and anecdotes surrounding graffiti and its meanings. The book has been, that is, it's all about people in various places, often strangers, writing something on a wall of a tavern or a church about their feelings of estrangement and loneliness in the world. We'll get to that point later. The book has been attributed to Abul Faraj al-Isfahani, the great collector of Arabic poetry of the 10th century, but it can't possibly be his. The author seems to travel places after Abul Faraj has died, so unless we believe in ghosts, it's probably a different author. And it's been translated beautifully by Patricia Krona, who passed away several years ago, who's a friend. Now, the author, and this person lives clearly 10th century Iraq and Iran, the author states what he is doing in collecting this. So this is an anthology, a collection of stories. He says, he notes that this anthology relates to those individuals who are feeling themselves to be strangers and then recorded their sufferings on walls and also taverns and gardens. It's a little bit broader. The compiler notes that it has been the habit of strangers in every time to do this, and now it is, and remember that, in every time, and now it is his responsibility as himself a stranger to imitate their act by composing this book, which is a compilation of stories related to this group. The stories of this volume are delightful, and in fact, we could probably spend an hour here relating stories, and that's what I initially wanted to do. But I saw something, I think, a little bit more interesting in this collection. Now, often anthologists put the first story in an anthology often is pregnant with meaning, if I can use that expression. It often relates in a sort of meta way to the entire collection. And this is true for what we will call pseudo-Isfahani, this collection. And it's a story about the Abbasid Caliph al-Ma'mun, great 9th century caliph, ruler of the world. And it's related on the authority of one of the men in the caliph's army. He writes, "I was in the army of the Caliph al-Ma'mun when the latter marched to Byzantium. He and I entered an old church in Syria." Let's see if we can, something like that, which had marvelous paintings, and in which he walked around at length. When it was time to leave, he said to me, "When strangers on journeys and people far removed from their friends and companions enter a well-known place and a famous site, it is their habit to leave behind a record of their presence in order to seek blessing in the prayers of other strangers." So exactly what the book is about. "Travelers and people bereft of kith and kin. I want to join in," said the caliph, "so give me a pot of ink." Then he wrote the following verses midway on the altar gate. "O strangers, may God grant you safe return. And may you soon meet your loved ones. My heart has been afflicted with pity and fear for you. May God heal it by bringing you to safety. I wrote in order to support you, so when you read it, know that it was I who wrote it." The poem is unsigned. Now, this is a very quaint story. I'm used to reading good stories. Abbasids are great storytellers. And I think, as I mentioned, the story encapsulates the themes of the book that he's going to, this collection. We can note here a couple of other things. The caliph was on a military campaign. And he's the most powerful man on earth. And he was overcome in this sacred hall by a sense of uncertainty and perhaps even a hope that all the travelers around him would return to their homes. So we kind of see the caliph acting as a man, Remember that. Lest we imagine that this was simply an exercise in propaganda for the caliphs, and there were many of those, we have evidence discovered recently that suggests that the story related about Al-Ma'mun is not so far from a truth. In the far northwest of Saudi Arabia, on the plain of Hisma, scholars recently came across some startling finds. And in case you've never been to Hisma, and I haven't, but I'm going to book my tickets soon. This is what Hisma looks like. It's sort of, it's from this wonderful site called alsahra.org. People actually traveling around the Hajj routes, recording inscriptions. I'll tell you a little bit later, right now, about them. The landscape to me, from a pop culture reference, looks like the cartoons of Wile E. Coyote. They're amazing. I could just. There's some new graffiti on the, and one thing I'd like to point out is graffiti tends to attract graffiti. I think we all know that. From if you've been in a bathroom stall, you know that. Sorry, pardon the crude reference, but this is some new graffiti, but there are other signs of graffiti attracting graffiti that is very, very old. Now, as of 2016, and I'm sure this number has now changed, the number of early graffiti securely dated to the 1st century. So these are graffiti that have dates on them, okay, are roughly 30. However, what this team has been doing was actually looking in biographies of the early, not the companions of the Prophet, but the followers of the Prophet, and finding similar names. There's a particular form that these graffitos take. Often, as you can see at the top, if you can read it, the first word is ana, I, Abdurrahman ibn al-Qais, I. It's very interesting. Often there's a pious wish, attached to them. Amintu billah al-azim wahdahu. My name is Abdurrahman ibn al-Qais, and I have believed in God, exalted and singular. Interestingly, perhaps you can guess where this is going. Among these names, now, they could be homonyms, of course, but the form is very old. In fact, the writing, if you've read 1st century papyri, which I did in graduate school, very haltingly, I'll get to that. Ana. If you can read that, it happens to be this person. This is not, this graffiti here, this graffito, sorry. Let's see if I go back. Is set apart, it's alone, it seems. I haven't visited the site, obviously, but that's what the scholars say, is in the form of Ana Abdul Malik ibn Marwan. It's set apart. It lacks any pious invocations. You know what else it also lacks? The title of the caliph. This was the ruler of the Muslim world from 685 to 705. Man probably most famous for Arabizing the Diwan. This is his picture, again, on coinage. Whoops. Oh, I'll get to that, sorry. Don't want to spoil the show. That's him, whoops. That's him. From an old form called the Standing Caliph Dinar. Now, this inscription, I think, it could be a homonym, but boy, it has some very old features to it. Let me go back. One of the features for Arabic readers, do you notice something there? Marwan is missing an aleph. Of course, if you've read old Qur'ans, this is standard. It's called, or you know, in the business, they call it the aleph defectiva. I'm not sure why you would say that, but that's what they call it. And that's very interesting. It's typical of early Kufic styles. That lack of title, though, and I ask you, why is the Caliph missing his title, Amir al-Mu'mineen? Now, Frédéric Imbert, who's a major scholar of these inscriptions, and actually from whose article I was alerted to this inscription, explains it that this must come from the time before he is the Caliph. Now, that's possible. I'd also like you to think about the poetics of graffiti and inscriptions. I'd like you to think about the fact that the Caliph al-Ma'mun did not sign his poem. I'd like you to think about the fact that this graffito is surrounded by many others, yet set apart from them. I wonder if it's not the Caliph saying something like, I am one of you, I am like you, I am a fellow traveler, I am a gharib. Sounds like something Abdul Malik might do, but Allahu Alam. Now, I wanted to also think a little bit about poetry. Actually, you mentioned Huda, you mentioned poetry, and of course, in this case, al-Ma'mun wrote, he had an ink pot and he wrote on the walls. Inscriptions, of course, etched inscriptions were very different. Often they have, in pre-Islamic time, they have curses attached to them. No one should erase this or something like that, but we'll get to that. But I wanted to talk a little bit about poetry, because poetry is, of course, an enduring thing. And why does it make sense that al-Ma'mun was writing poetry, or is this just an affectation of an Abbasid era book? I mean, they love putting things in poetry, actually. Poetry's great. But there are examples, of course, of, let's see if I can, here, like this one. There are examples of poem inscriptions, like this one. I can't really go through it right now. I don't know if we'll have enough time, but we can go back to it if you'd like. What's really interesting is it's kind of written in this kind of labyrinthine way, which actually makes me think of exactly what you were saying. This kind of, it was almost meant as a place to stop and wonder. This is old. This is Umayyad period. It predates al-Ma'mun's activity by around 100 years. I kind of imagine that if al-Ma'mun was writing with a pen on a wall in a church, he would have done something beautiful. Okay. We can go a little bit deeper into the past. Pseudo-Isfahani, actually, this collection, tells some stories about stopping in the desert and seeing, and he's got these wonderful accounts of someone, it's actually Al-Asma'i, the great philologist, went into the desert and he found a rock, and on that rock was something written in Thamudic, this older script. And then he found an answer to it in Arabic, like a conversation across time. Remember, we said graffiti cluster. I wanted to bring that up because the Arabic graffiti of Hisma and now that are being discovered are their Arabic graffiti in the script of what we now, I don't know what we'll call it, Arabic, Proto-Arabic. This is Proto-Arabic at the bottom. And at the top, Thamudic. So ancient North Arabian scripts, and now we could probably call it, I'd like to call it the modern Arabic script. But it's not just inscriptions from pre-Islamic Arabia that are being found that are in prose. And I'll leave you with this thought. This inscription, which, by the way, is also somewhat labyrinthine. This is called boustrophodon writing that goes in as the ox plows. That's what it means in Greek. It was deciphered because in some ways, I would say, however, by my colleague Ahmed Jalad from Ohio State University. when he did that, he found out that this was actually a poem. And it wasn't just any kind of poem. It was a poem that looked a lot like the poetry of pre-Islamic Arabia. That is, it looked like the poems that we read about in the anthology of Abu Tamam, his Hamasa. It's about war, about the glory of dying in battle. Something you'd mark, a poem you might mark if you're wandering through the desert and you want someone to remember you. And to my mind, I find that very beautiful. Early Muslims must have wandered through these deserts. They might not have understood what these inscriptions meant anymore, or maybe some did. There's a fantasy in one of these texts that, like, Al-Asma'i actually gets a translator and figures out what the script is. I don't know. The scripts, by the way, are now known to be contemporaneous. So that's at least one of the more recent theories, that as ancient North Arabian was dying out, Nabatean, and I showed you actually what looks like a bilingual. It's not been studied yet. We're going to learn more about that, I hope. I'm excited to find out about that. But if you'd like to wrap it all up, you can say that the poetics of graffiti are a continuum. It takes us back to the past of the Safavidic poem, and the feelings of El Ma'mun are roughly the same. Graffiti was a moment where you could talk about the self. And I find that rather lovely. And I'll leave you just with that thought. So, thank you.
Thank you so much, Maurice. It was a very exciting talk, and we have a couple of minutes for your questions, so please let me know. I see one person over there, and he goes first.
Thank you. Thank you for the wonderful presentation. I have a question. How do you see the modern graffiti? How do you think that the contemporary graffiti is applied in urban context today, especially in this part of the world where it's not spontaneous, it's more like, I would say, like controlled? So how do you see that happening?
Oh, that's far from my expertise, but I wonder actually a little bit about graffiti in general. Like, even our use of the term for this material is loaded. And I wonder if maybe if I can help this conversation move forward. I wonder why the translators, I'm a translator, so why the translators of this book, Pseudo Isfahani, immediately chose graffiti for it. I immediately thought of graffiti. But I wonder, because these texts that I'm talking about are at the sort of, are they private? Are they public? Are they monumental, or are they occasional? I think actually the things I've talked about, many fall along a spectrum. One thing that they do share, I think, with, let's say the modern graffiti art, is that something about their staying power and also their fragility is central to their being. And I think that's something really interesting. As I said, even these etched graffiti, actually, they often have a curse in the pre-Islamic, these inscriptions, like, whoever erases this, may he be damned. And interesting and fascinating, that's not true of the early Islamic inscriptions, at least the ones that I've looked at. And you might wonder about that. What does that say about about these feelings about the material world? So I guess I'll leave it there. I'm not an expert in the modern graffiti. I mean, I've lived in New York, and I did see there was a small patch of graffiti I could see from my apartment in Abu Dhabi, but it was quickly erased.
Thank you, but I can unveil a bit about our next speaker, who is actually a contemporary graffiti writer, as well as a calligraphy artist. And do we have any more questions, or shall we proceed?
First, I want to thank you because you're as good as the storytellers in the Abbasid times. It was really fascinating listening to you. And I think, yeah, it's very interesting what you showed because indeed they are graffitis, but like if I would compare them to graffitis in Amsterdam where it's just a signature of a person, here there's a statement and a story.
Yes.
And it's an interesting, I know from the work of Jalad that they discovered a whole desert full of them, like stones everywhere with stories and stories and stories. And it's interesting because they are kind of poetic again. They're not just my name is so and so. They have like they tell who they are and they have their thought and what they are doing, and so they kind of function also like, I don't know, maybe for what do you call these guys? For somebody who's studying like sociology, no. Anyway, they tell a story about the culture of that period. It's very interesting to read them because it gives you an idea what people were doing and thinking, and so they also have a historical value beyond just the person venting whatever they're feeling.
I'd say, in response to that, what's been shocking for me and my colleagues who've studied pre-Islamic poetry and been exposed to this idea that from Ibn Qutayba, poetry is the diwan of the Arabs. That is, it is their record. However, this too is a record. This too is something that people did. This too was marking a space. This too was attempting to inscribe oneself in the world. This too was, and all of that I think is very profound, mainly because we hadn't yet found this record. And I find that very interesting, that the themes might be in some cases the same. And in fact, not only between pre-Islamic poetry written in Arabic and these inscriptions, but even more so that there's a continuity from pre-Islamic Arabia into the Abbasid period. And I've always known that, but I never realized how much that was the case. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me briefly introduce the next speaker. As I told you, we are jumping in from the past and contemporary situation, and the next speaker is Karim Jabbari, one of the Inloco artists, amazing calligraphy artist and specialist, a person who is very rooted in the poetry and literature. And yeah, just please do it yourself, Karim.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I think I'm going to skip this entire slide that I prepared because there's like a hurricane in my mind right now, because I don't know if you guys planned it, but this entire conversation that I was listening to is basically the essence of who I am and what I do. I'm anchored in everything that you talked about. I'm familiar with Khat Foundation. I did a performance in New York, Abu Dhabi, New York University, Abu Dhabi with Al-Malad. I did a performance outdoors. I lectured about the history of the Arabic language. I lectured about, I have like a TED talk about the migration of calligraphy with power and how the name Kufi changes, and I live like 100 kilometers south of Qayrawan, which is like used to be the capital of the Islamic Empire for a while. And, and all of this is just like beautiful. And I think I'm going to tell you the story of a street artist because we tend to talk about the street art scene, and like I would love you guys to just come here and then just like sit by my side and then look at things from my perspective and how it all started. Because what you see on the screen right now was some of the stuff that I used to look at as a child, 11 years old. And back in the days, we were living in like certain like very harsh conditions where we were confined at home because of my father's like political opinions. So he was in prison for a long period of time. And then during that time, we were not allowed to leave the house. And then during these long days of summer, I used to look at the old books that my father had. And they were like books of like Quran, books of fiqh, books of hadith that were written in like old, you know, Maghribi style and old Kufi style. And to me, like visually, I got lost in all that beauty. You know, I found myself, everything that I'm doing is writing and writing and writing. And I felt like at a young age, you know, I existed through writing. It was just like everything ancient was inspiring to me. And I used to travel a lot to a lot of places. And, you know, in Tunisia, we have a lot of like history, Phoenician history, you know, history from Carthage. We have Roman history. We have Islamic, you know, heritage. And then all of these things were very, very richly you know, inspiring me in a way. And I was looking for my own language. You know, I was listening to your talk, and it was so beautiful. And I was like, maybe what I'm doing right now is the continuity of what you just mentioned right there. I've seen with my own eyes some of that. I recently I was on a hike in a canyon, and then like it was a few days after I lost my grandmother, and I was etching her name in the rocks. Like literally using like the old scripture, like the old Kufi, you know, the Nabati style, you know, I was etching it on the rocks. And I found myself on a mission, to be honest. I moved to Canada, and it was just living like in a cold place. People were cold, and the weather was cold. And I was looking for something to identify with. And I think, you know, my art practice was like what I tried to develop throughout the year by like looking at all those scriptures. I was trying to, you know, create my own language. I was trying to create this like visual matrix that most of the time you see, I don't even sign my artworks. So I want it to be maybe like, I want people to look at, and it's not a problem if you don't recognize who the author or who's the artist. I want it to be just like something witnessing, you know, all that process of like inspiration that I went through. And I developed this like thing that is present, you know, in my artworks and in my studio practice. Something very subtle. You look at it and it looks like it speaks to you. It looks ancient. It looks like numbers. It looks like Roman letters, Roman numbers. It looks like a visual matrix in a way. And, you know, my next step was like, how can I take it to the streets, you know? And then, you know, we're talking about street art, and then street art is a language. Street art is a medium. Street art is very powerful. And this mural right here is very special to me because we were it's in Montreal, and then at that time, we were under attack, like a lot of like racism happening, you know, around Muslim community and whatever. So I was invited to paint this like in the main street, a street called Sainte-Catherine in Montreal, like a main, you know, artery in the city. And then I wrote a verse from Abu al-Qasim al-Shabi, and it says, عجبا لي أود أن أفهم الكون ونفسي لم تستطع أن تفهم نفسي. And Abu al-Qasim al-Shabi says, like, I would love to comprehend the universe, understand it in a way, but I'm just like struggling to understand myself, you know? And it was just like, it was a message to them because I, honestly, like I after I finished the mural, I did like a public talk in the local theater. And then what I did, there was almost 200 people over there. After the lecture, I invited everyone to walk. We walked for like maybe like half a kilometer or something like that. And then I brought them to the mural. The mural is on the side of a mosque. And then I invited everyone to get into the mosque. And then a lot of them were like, oh, it's empty. You know, they were like, it's their first time, like they get, this is exactly what I'm trying to do, is like to build bridges between cultures, to build, you know, just, I want it to be like some sort of like a dialogue. This one right here is in Dubai. It's a Circle, right behind Circle, you can see it. You know, so a lot of, this one is in Sharjah. You know, and this one I did it after a residency, and you cannot distinguish if it's a mural or no, because actually it's not. It's all of these are canvases that I painted separately and then reassemble on the wall to just create this you know, artwork. And then the title of the artwork is called "The Migration of Letters from Qayrawan to Sharjah." You know, and because I think Sharjah was the capital of the Islamic culture, and then the year before was Qayrawan, you know, so it was just like kind of like, I always love to create some sort of like a dialogue. This one is like in Halifax, Canada, and then I'm very selective when it comes to street art. I don't want to be all over the place. I want to do art that has a meaning, art that speaks to the local population. My work, I want it to be like based on a lot of research. So maybe in the street art scene, you don't find me all over the place in all these festivals. But I think the main thing that I kind of like proud of in a way is what happened in Tunisia and what we call the Arab Spring, right? So I lived this when I was in Canada, and I felt like disconnected in a way. Everything is happening around my hometown. Like 60 kilometers from my hometown is where everything started. So I went back, and this is like part of the longest mural in North Africa. So right after the Arab Spring was sparked and whatever, and when things got to settled a little bit, I was invited to paint on the local prison, you know, something. But that local prison was very like personal to me because that's where my father spent a lot of years behind. And I used to walk and I see the wall, and then my imagination was like, yes, my father is behind that wall. As a child, I remember that. So for me, I wanted to create an artwork that kind of like erases that wall, which is in the middle of the city. So I created the longest 240 meters, a full poem of Abu Qasim al-Shabi. There's actually an entire documentary on this. You can find online. It's on YouTube, where we worked for 45 days with a lot of young people that got involved in the project. And then in the center of the wall was the main message that I wanted. I wanted to my country, like after like all the uprisings and whatever, Abu Qasim al-Shabi says, أَلَنْهَضْ فِي سَبِيلِ الْحَيَاةِ فَمَنْ نَامَ لَمْ تَنْتَظِرْهُ الْحَيَاةِ. You know, it was a message that to say, like an anthem to, hey, life will not await for those who are asleep. Because I found like an entire youth that were not even motivated to try. They don't have even the will to try. And then this is the essence of what I want to do. This is why like I feel like my art, you know, can serve a certain purpose. You know, I don't want to be labeled street artist. I don't want to be labeled anything. I live through my art. My art is like a voice that I have that I want to use. I want to enjoy this entire process. And then if there's an impact throughout the way, or if there's a recognition, I mean, I don't mind. You know, so this is the beautiful project that I did in Russia, and then the lovely team of Inloco. That was like my first interaction with them. They invited me to Russia to paint this like massive mural, and it was just like to me very challenging because I was writing something with Arabic letters, but it wasn't Arabic. So super challenging for me to write something that I don't really understand, you know, but I was copying actually what I was writing, and it was like a beautiful project. Honestly, I'm really sorry, in 20 minutes I can't, it's like it's not enough time. We need, and actually also, can we just stay here forever? And just like have conversations? You know, this is a beautiful story. Like I was in Australia and I was painting, and then I went to this coffee shop to have a coffee, and then the owner happened to be a Muslim Pakistani. And he's like, oh, brother, you paint, oh, you do calligraphy and this and that. I was like, yeah. I said, I'm painting a mural in the city. Like, he says, oh, I wish you'd do something here. You know, I was like, I don't have the time, you know. It was a Sunday. I finished painting my mural, and on the way back, I still have the brushes. I still have the paint. And I passed by his coffee shop, and it was closed. And I decided to do it. I decided to do this, and he has no idea. And then when I went the next day, he was, actually the entire coffee shop were aware of the situation, you know? And it was just like a beautiful kind of like gift, you know, from me to him, you know? And there was the hadith, لا يؤمن أحدكم حتى يحب لأخيه ما يحب لنفسه, you know? And my street art, sometimes it doesn't depend on scale. Sometimes I call these beautiful small pieces that I do, I call them like a proximity art. Like you just like, you get to have like a personal interaction with the piece without necessarily, sometimes like the big murals can be intimidating for a lot of people, you know, so I love doing this beautiful art. And the lady happened also to wear like the tote bag that I painted, so I wasn't staged at all. So yes, I can paint anywhere. This is like the mountain in my hometown, and you'll see the transition of how like we took some photos in this area right here on that bus, and then that same photo right here, as you can see, I'm standing on that bus. So I created this poem by Imam Shafi'i. And then he was talking about your real value is not necessarily in the place where you live, that you will get more recognition if you get to travel and then leave the place where you're comfortable with. And then basically this photo was printed, and then it's a mixed media piece. And then you can see like in a way that I use the medium of photography also. And you know, this is another piece in Australia, and this one is photography that I took in that tree I used to play. I used to climb when I was a child, and also like I printed the photo and I use it as a mixed media on a wall. So basically the middle part of the wall is the photo, and the rest is just like an addition. I painted that, you know, and you can see that the fire continues as letters, you know, and then. This is kind of like the practice and the things that I love to do, because the element of light is very present in my work, and that's why I went towards the direction of developing a new sort of art. You know, I'm not saying that I invented anything, but I started something called light calligraphy. You know, and light calligraphy is basically long exposure photography that in real time I use a flashlight. And then I created these pieces, and then I felt like, hey, I can paint anywhere I want without being persecuted, you know? It's just like, and all of a sudden it gives you like that sort of like freedom to do anything you want with the light, you know? So I travel around the world, and then this piece is like one of the closest pieces to my heart, because it was a personal experience, like beyond. This one is in Jabal Uhud. You know, for Muslims, it's a very sacred mountain in Medina. And then I went with a local guide, and he told me there's a cave called the Cave of Musk, Ghar al-Misk. And then he says, that cave, the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, this is where Sahaba pushed him to protect him during the Battle of Uhud. So he says, that place has a story. I was like, okay, can you take me there? So it's midnight, I'm in Medina, I'm climbing the mountain of Uhud, and the mountain of Uhud felt so familiar, very different from any other mountain. And then I find that the entrance of the cave was blocked, like with cement. I climb, and then I found a place that I was able to get inside. And then once inside, it was the most beautiful experience that I had my entire life. I was in a cave that stretches so deep, but at the same time, it's all dark. But at the same time, it has a smell that I've never smelled my entire life. Wallahi. It smelled like, I don't know how to describe it. And I was sitting there, and I was just enjoying that solitude. And I was not afraid. I was sitting on a rock, and I was overlooking the entire Medina. And then in my back is just like a cave that stretches so deep. And I was like so cozy, you know? So I exited the cave, and then I grabbed the flashlight. And this was taken with my phone. I have a phone also that allows me to do long exposure. And in one stroke, I didn't even turn off the light once. I just wrote the name Muhammad. And as you can see, it's like in a Maghribi. And then basically, I was just close my eyes, and then I wrote the letter Mim, and then I go to the Ha, and then I slide to the Mim, and then the Del, I go like this. I finish it to the end. In this place, I have to turn off the light in order for me to add this, but I just went backward, and then I finished the letter Del. Why I wanted to be in one stroke? Because I didn't want to turn off the light. There was a light inside of me that was sparked after this, interaction. And that's, what light calligraphy allows me to do. It allows me to travel around the world and then to create pieces that are this one is in Lebanon, and it was written with fire. As you can see, just light calligraphy that I'm able to do, all around the world. I'm sorry I have to go fast, because also, besides all of that, I apply my work with, light installations. I'll let you enjoy this. There you go. I want to share with you, this one is, there was last year, Sharjah Biennale. And this one I just achieved. I came from Riyadh actually, and I did this one. And as you can see, I'm using the old Kufi style in this piece that is just creates some sort of an infinity effect. And it's an immersive experience where you just go and then you get surrounded by the shadows of the letters. And then you feel you're into this loop of infinity. And yeah. This one is actually also on display at Northwestern University in Doha right now. And then that's it. I think we're done here.
Thank you so much for such engaging talk. Questions? Okay.
Thank you for your speech. Which city in Russia you did the mural in?
If I pronounce it right, Almatyevsk, right? Yes, it's in Tatarstan.
Yeah.
Yes, it was a beautiful experience. So basically, they gave me this poem that talks about basically the origins, in a way. And then before they used to use the Arabic letters,
Is it Tatar language?
Yes.
Arabic letters?
Yes.
Okay.
So to me, it was very challenging because on one side of the building, it was curved. I was writing in Russian. How you say it? Cyrillic? Yes. Cyrillic. So I don't even know how to write or read, but I just I'm open to try. So I was trying, and it was a beautiful experience. And then, it was just these golden letters that you can see from far, especially when the sun hits them. it was just like a beautiful experience. You know, overall, it was my first visit to Russia. We loved it. I loved it. It's just beautiful. Russia is like, it's anything you have in mind about Russia, Russia is better than that. Like truly, yes.
You're always welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Sure.
I was just showing my friend here a mural you did, I think, weeks before COVID happened and lockdown started in Al-Quds.
Yes.
So I was just showing her the photo, the selfie with you. You were doing it. Beautiful. Now later, Habib Habibi.
Wallah, it's a pleasure. Wallah, it's a pleasure. Like, I feel like, you know, this is how I define what I do. Like, truly, like, 20 minutes was not enough. I think we'll have the chance. We'll have the chance to work with Inloco to develop, to do a residency, and then I will have like a solo show with them in the month of January. So you guys are all welcome to kind of like to dive more deeper in like in my world in a way. But if I can say it in like few words, like truly, as a child, I felt like I existed through calligraphy. Because why? Because as I said, we were in a house, confined to the house. We're not allowed to go out unless we have a permission. But as a child, I was studying in a different city because I was in an elite school. So once the summer is done, I go back to that school where nobody knows my story. But all they know is like I'm the calligrapher. So I was like called the calligrapher, and I felt like calligraphy and the art of writing gave my existence a definition. And as an 11-year-old child, I mean, to me, it was my world. So when I went to Canada and I saw how I needed that connection with who I am, and I saw also like the community members, their children, they don't identify, they're like hiding their own true identity. So I started a program called Back to Basics. And Back to Basics is basically like I started with the youth in school and whatever, and then like, hey, come back, be proud of who you are. Let me tell you who you are. So I went on a mission since day one when I was like, this is what I want to do with my life. I wanted to give back to the Arabic calligraphy what it gave me as a child. And that's it. I feel like I'm on a mission to showcase the beauty of Arabic language. And then maybe if the world stays for another 1,000 years, maybe like they'll find the remnants of our work somewhere.
Thank you. Sure.
Thank you.
Well, first, thank you very much for your talk. It's very engaging indeed, and very poetic and beautiful work. And I really enjoyed it. I can listen to you for another 2 hours, happily.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. My question to you is more like, you said you grew up with calligraphy, but I'm assuming you're self-taught. Or did you take courses of calligraphy? I have two questions, and let me just ask them in one, and then you can talk. And the second question is, when you work on certain pieces, I mean, I've noticed from looking at your work that every time it's different. It's a different style. So what makes you change? How do you decide what kind of script to use, the size, etc.?
Yeah. My main inspiration was those books that we still have. So books are almost like 400 years old, okay? And to me, what I was looking at, that's exactly what I wanted to replicate, which is the Maghribi script and then the Kufi script. These are the two scripts that I work with. These are the two fonts that I love to use and then that I want to focus on. Because there's a ton of calligraphers out there that can deliver, the different fonts that the Thuluth and the Kufi and Diwani and all of that, But to me, that's exactly what I wanted to do. I wanted, maybe in a way, I wanted like this like niche, which is very hard until I met this guy. His name is Amr bin Jiddu, and he's the guy who literally like put the foundations in a way, like the rules for the Kufi Qayrawani. And then he wrote a book, and he's a good friend of mine. He lives like in a city next to my city. And then I started taking like, study, But basically I'm self-taught, yes. And but the common thing in my work you'll see is that like that visual effect that I develop. And then basically what you saw is like I create a visual matrix with the letter alif and lam. You see sometimes you read alif, lam, alif. So basically it's the repetition of alif and lam, which is the two letters that we, alif wa lam ta'rif. So these are the two letters that we use to define something. And I wanted to give a new definition to the Arabic calligraphy that is closer to the new generations. That if you grab somebody that's young and then you tell them, come here, I'm going to teach you the Kufi. Or come here, I'm going to teach you the Thuluth. You know, these kids nowadays don't have the patience or the perseverance. You know, so that's why I'm like, in a way, I'm trying to like bring them like a calligraphy from a different approach. I do a lot of like, you know, digital work, immersive experiences like video. So for example, like we developed in my studios a software that allow me to, any photo that I take, instead of it like sitting, you know, in my hard drives, I can inject it into this software and it transform it instantly into a video installation. So, and we call it the dark side of the letter. So like all of this is in a way like, you know, me trying to just like scratch the curiosity of people. Hey, Arabic calligraphy is beautiful. Maybe you should give it a chance. If not, learning about it, but it will tell you a lot, because the calligraphy, which is the art of writing, you know, it's one of the main mediums that allowed the transfer of knowledge from our ancestors to the modern time. You know how this is how they transmitted all the knowledge that they accumulated to us. And then, you know, if we abandon the art of writing, we're in big trouble. A lot of our kids nowadays, they don't write anymore. They type. You know, we're losing it slowly, but that's why like I'm doing to kind of like create a balance, to create this like balance between, you know, modern technology and then this ancient and beautiful art. Thank you guys. Thank you.
So I guess we're having a break, 45 minutes. Please treat yourself with something sweet or salty over there. And we're going to meet here for the third session, which is dedicated to the social and historical context of the region. Okay, I'm happy to see you again here. It's our third session that is dedicated to the social and historical context of the region. We're going to have 3 speakers again. All of them are ladies, which I'm very proud of. And the first one is anthropologist and assistant professor from NYU Abu Dhabi, Laure, Salma, Assaf. Clap your hands.
Okay, thank you very much, Anna, for the introduction, and thank you all for being here. It's a big duty to speak after the previous speakers because we had a temporal scale that went from the 1st century to the very contemporary, and so I'm going to focus to a much smaller time interval because I'm going to talk about urban nostalgia and urban nostalgia for the very recent past, mainly in Abu Dhabi. So in 2010, I started, I hope this works. Okay. In 2010, I started doing ethnographic research in Abu Dhabi. And one thing that struck me almost immediately was how much my interlocutors were seeing a very different city than the one that was under my eyes. It was, for example, my host driving me on the Corniche and pointing to a building, telling me that this is where the water used to reach. Or an Egyptian friend who was showing me the Hamed Center, where he used to buy video games, and that has now become mainly filled with African hairdressers. Or a Filipina friend taking me to a second-hand bookshop and reminiscing about all the children's magazines that she used to read. Then taking me to the Bacala to introduce me to the snacks of her childhood. And then finally describing a bus stop on Electra as the site of some of her best memories of hanging out with friends. The street names themselves did not align with those on the map that I had bought when I first came. And so I had to rewrite all the names in order to navigate the city, right? Electra Street, Defense Road, Passport Road, Tourist Club, etc., onto the official street names that were not used. I progressively learned to see under the current urban landscape, or over it, sorry, the layers of the previous versions of the city that I had not experienced, but that had profoundly shaped those who had grown up in them. The volcano fountain, which you see on the picture, has become one of the symbols of Abu Dhabi's recent past, and I'll come back to this. What these snapshots that I just described indicate is the intricate enmeshment between material culture, urban space, and nostalgia. And I became interested in these questions over the course of a long-term ethnographic research in Abu Dhabi between 2010 and 2016, focusing on a group that I've called the Arab youth of Abu Dhabi. Most of my interlocutors were between 18 and 30 years old. They were both Emirati citizens and Arab expatriates of diverse nationalities, Egyptians, Palestinians, Yemenis, Jordanians, Lebanese, Syrian, Iraqis, who were born and or had grown up in Abu Dhabi, and so who were born in the 80s or early 90s. The work that I'm going to present today relies mainly on this research, but I'm also going to, towards the end, to present sort of more recent observations. And so in many ways, this group that I was looking at was not a self-identified group. They didn't say we're part of the Arab youth of Abu Dhabi, right? They shared in common the Arabic language. They often attended the same schools in Abu Dhabi, and they shared specifically a very common experience of the city. They also constituted a very heterogeneous group in terms of nationality, but also of social class, of gender, race, family origin, etc. And I'm going to speak a bit more about that. So my research was basically interested in exploring the making and the unmaking of social boundaries and of affiliations among these youth. So to look not at the youth, right, but at the diverse youth that crossed paths in Abu Dhabi. So I looked at the moments when the state produced stratifications and social hierarchies separated these youth by shaping segregated practices or different statuses, different opportunities. But I also looked at the moments when this group came closest to identifying as a collective. And that's in part, not to spoil the rest of the talk, but through urban nostalgia. And so one of the main findings of this research was that these tensions played out largely in their relationship to Abu Dhabi's urban spaces. The everyday experiences of these young adults were characterized by strong social hierarchies that were internalized by individuals and performed in daily interactions in the city. But at the same time, competing forms of identification emerge from their shared experience of Abu Dhabi. Identifications that were primarily drawn along the lines of age and generation. And so ultimately, I showed how the city appeared as one of the main sites through which these young adults constituted themselves as subjects. And so in the rest of this presentation, I'm going to focus on one particular aspect of this subject formation, which is the role played by urban nostalgia in shaping belonging to the city. And I'll show how, because this nostalgia is anchored at the scale of the city, it operates to a certain extent as a counterpoint, both to government narratives focused on making the future, and to national imaginaries of the past. And so, in a sense, it's a discourse that bypasses some of the tensions at play and that comes closest to constituting this group as a collective through its identification as a generation. So, an important background for much of what I'm going to present here is the rapidity of change that characterizes the context of the UAE since the second half of the 20th century. And I'm sure everyone here is familiar with this and is familiar also with sort of this kind of series of pictures, right? The before and after, or before and now, because it's a change that is very often represented, right, in media notably. It's a change that is at once political, social, and economic, but that is also most visible or indexed largely by urban change, right? Which is why these pictures have become so prevalent. In many ways, the changes undergone by the urban landscape represent or symbolize all these other changes, which set the generations that I've studied apart from their parents' and grandparents' generations. And that was also a very recurrent discourse, these generational differences, both by their parents' generation and by the youth themselves. To name just a few elements of this, they were the first generations to grow up with modern urban infrastructures, but also with school curricula that were created after the formation of the state, right? So that included for the first time notions of national identity, for example, with easy, widespread access to secondary and higher education, and within a city where foreign residents represented a majority of the population. But the context is, so that's one aspect, right, this sort of broad social change that happened in the second half of the 20th century. But there's also another shift that happened in the early 21st century that is sort of very often more disregarded, which is that actually at the time I studied these young adults, so 2010 and onwards, was a moment of very important shifts in public policies in the UAE. And policies that started heavily mobilizing young citizens, and at the same time increasingly excluded foreign youth, and made these generational differences also more salient. The first of these shifts, and I'm sure also everybody is familiar with that, so I'm going to pass quickly on that. The first is an economic shift, right? The move towards the project of preparing the post-oil era and going towards economic diversification, right? So cities that are also increasingly shaped to attract international tourists and global investors, or in the case of Abu Dhabi, as is written in the urban plans, to put Abu Dhabi on the map as a global destination. It's also largely a political shift, right? And in particular, after in these first decades of the 21st century, and in particular after the Arab Spring, the UAE adopted a new military and diplomatic role in the region that was increasingly active, and also led to tighter controls of both the citizen and the non-citizen populations. So very often the generations that I studied are considered as the generations that have benefited from the oil revenues, right? That's often how their parents or grandparents would describe them. At the same time, they were in fact more impacted by this preparation of the post-oil era and by this new policy shift that happened in the early 21st century. Young nationals, for example, young Emiratis, have been increasingly faced with the injunction to support the state's vision by joining specific economic sectors, through also the institution of the mandatory military service, right, for young men. And young Arab expatriates have seen their lives become more precarious as a result of national security concerns and workforce nationalization policies. At the same time, all these young adults have grown up in an ever-changing urban landscape. They are the first generations to be born in air-conditioned rooms, to have witnessed the emergence of the skyscrapers and the shopping malls that have now become the symbols of these cities. And so my research has looked at their appropriation of a diversity of spaces in these cities, looking at how each of these spaces shapes the experiences and ultimately the identities of these youth. And I don't have the time to speak in detail about these spaces, but just to give you a sense, if I were to draw sort of a quick typology of them, I worked at more formal spaces like the university or the workplace. At public spaces like the streets, the parks, the corniche, but also more peripheral ones like the desert and the sea, commercial and leisure spaces like coffee shops and shopping malls, but also what I've called interstitial spaces, which is the picture on the right, like parking lots or empty plots that are actually spaces that are specifically appropriated by young people, right, where they tend to hang out in the evenings, to go as a group, etc. An important observation here is that the constant urban development which characterizes Abu Dhabi and most Gulf cities shaped specific uses and appropriations of these spaces by the youth, so specifically in terms of generation. For example, because they had gone to the mall as children, their familiarity with the place was different from the uses of the older generations. At the same time, these rapid transformations exacerbated their sentiments of belonging to the city. As I mentioned in introduction, many of my interlocutors took me around Abu Dhabi, giving me tours of their Abu Dhabi by pointing to abandoned villas, to bus stop, and in one case even to an electric terminal where this person used to hang out with their group of friends. So all of these places of gathering that are charged with the memories of their teenage and young adult years. Their attachment to these places was expressed all the more strongly as the places in question did not exist anymore, but had been modified or transformed or destroyed by the urban developments. So in this context, how can we understand these discourses of nostalgia? Maybe first we need to sort of examine the contents of these discourses, right? And as you can see on the picture, they're very eclectic, right? The objects of this nostalgia are very diverse. If we attempt to draw a typology, we can distinguish roughly 3 categories, but as you'll see, they're very intricate as well. So all belonging to what we could call in general a material culture, right, of this urban nostalgia or of this memory of the city. So it's first, as you see with the picture on the upper left corner, a universe of cultural references that cross many global trends, and at the same time also use them in terms of their local resonances, right? So American cartoons, Japanese anime, mediated often through their Arabic voices, right? So through the dubbing in Arabic, which is the thing that people remember. Video games and consoles, comic books, children books, often alongside also class photographs or school manuals that often actually are related to this urban landscape. So for example, an important object of nostalgia was the school manuals that had on their cover certain landmarks of the urban landscape that have since disappeared. So it's in a sense sort of, it doubles the significance of these elements, right? Like the clock tower on the Corniche, etc. A second category are everyday consumer goods or food items that were and still are very common. We can think of the Vimto drink, for example, which is also somewhere there. So this British product, but that had a factory in Saudi Arabia, and so in many ways it's considered as a local drink. Another example of a local food are the chips oman or sohar chips that are also very often sort of discussed on social media, but also among the young people that I studied. I'm saying young people, but I think I'm talking about people who were coming of age in the 2010s, right? So they're not so young anymore. That may be relevant for later. So these are examples of photos that were posted on on a Facebook group that has around 24,000 members, where commenters talk about the tastes of these foods. Let me show you another one as well. So people were commenting on the first picture, for example, were commenting that this is the best sandwich, but they were also mentioning concomitantly the social life in which these snacks were embedded, right? So how it was bought by children in the neighborhood's grocery shops, a commenter saying that they used to spend all their money on this, another one who has left the country saying that it's the first thing that they bought when they came back, right? So a third category of these objects of nostalgia mobilizes the urban landscape, the urban materiality more directly, right? The physical urban environment. So specific landmarks, buildings that have recognizable or remarkable architectures, sometimes just familiar architectures, and you can see I don't know if this works, the Abbasid building, for example, who is on the middle right, that is sort of very easily spotted, right, in the urban landscape, and so has become a place of memory for this reason. And a prominent example, of course, is the volcano fountain, of which you see a recreation, right, or a symbolization of this fountain that was created by an Emirati artist in an exhibition that is called Zamanna. So that was about the 90s, right? That was very much exactly what I'm talking about. And that also included on this shape, very recognizable shape and nostalgic shape of the volcano fountain, included all of the elements of these material cultures. Right, so here you have one of the shelves that had some of the food items, but there were many others with all the other aspects of this material culture that I mentioned. And so just to maybe give some context for people who are not so familiar with Abu Dhabi, the volcano fountain was created in the late 70s or early 90s on the Corniche of Abu Dhabi. It was destroyed when the Corniche was being redeveloped in the 2000s. And it was a very sort of imposing landmark, right? That was also a meeting place, a place of gathering for many of the youth, and also something that was shared among city dwellers in Abu Dhabi, right? And I think also partly what made the success of the volcano fountain as an object of nostalgia is its very recognizable shape, which makes it sort of very easily shared, drawn, symbolized, right? In a sense, it's almost a logo in and of itself. So these objects all prominently index the city and the urban space as well. But an urban space that is far away from the skylines that are shown in marketing videos. It's a familiar geography of the neighborhood. It's also a geography of childhood, right? Of the places in the blocks where children could go in groups, by foot, not too far away from home, of the places where they would gather to share these snacks, etc. So it's a mode of relation to the city that can be qualified as an intimate or affective relationship to the urban space. And these pictures are prompt to elicit nostalgia precisely because of this familiarity, right? And also because of their, if we take some of those, right, of the old roads, etc., because they sort of immediately elicit a representation of the contrast between these pictures and the contemporary landscape, right? So it sort of immediately becomes an object of nostalgia. But the comments that often accompany these pictures, just like the narratives my interlocutors were sharing as we moved through the city, also showcase a certain expertise, right? So talking about nostalgia is also a way to show one's deep knowledge of the city that is built through this familiarity, right? So showing that I was there when this building still existed, right? Or when in the place of this new tower stood something else, right? For those who have since left, especially, and specifically for those whose departure was not wanted, so for example, someone losing their job, or for nationals moving to a house outside of the city center, right, which a lot of my interlocutors had experienced. Walking around and reminiscing also could take the form of a sort of a painful pilgrimage, right, through all of these spaces where previous versions of the city did not exist anymore. And I have many examples of friends who left the country, came back for short visits, and spent their time either taking photographs or filming the city, trying to track all the changes that had happened, or trying to go through all of these their former neighborhoods and sort of finding the employee of the dry cleaning service that they used to talk to when they were getting things done, etc. So what is achieved through this nostalgia? And I realize that I'm out of time, but I'm going to ask for 5 more minutes. I've mentioned that the group that I looked at was not a self-identified group. It was not only a very heterogeneous group, but also a very stratified one. I've talked about state-produced stratifications between nationals and non-nationals in particular, but that was actually only one boundary among many. Right? These hierarchies were a lot more intersectional. For example, gender played a greater role in shaping access to the city than nationality for many of the youth I studied. Family origin, race, and ethnicity were also important factors in defining status, in defining matrimonial choices also for most of the young adults that I met, though in very different ways. And I'm not going to go into the details of that, but we can maybe come back to it in the discussion. So in many ways, the city was a place where these young adults encountered and sometimes produced or reproduced these intersectional hierarchies. At the same time, their practices of urban space and their discourses about the city were strikingly similar. They shared the same marked distance from the previous generations. They had gone to the same schools, they lived in the same neighborhood blocks, they were part of the same friend groups. They also took part in the same cultural universes and the same material cultures that I've described. And they expressed their attachment to the same elements of the urban landscape, many of which have now disappeared. And so one of the things that I've tried to argue through this research is that these practices of the city create different modes of identification along the lines of age and generation that sort of bypass these other hierarchies or that divert them, and that find their most salient expression in these discourses of nostalgia. One analysis that can help us better understand this is Karl Mannheim's conceptualization of the notion of generation. So Mannheim is a sociologist who was writing in the first half of the 20th century. And he defines the generation in a way that is very, and I'm going to be a bit theoretical here, please bear with me, in a way that is very close to the way Karl Marx defines class. So Marx says there is an objective class position, right? Everybody has a class position. But to achieve class consciousness is something else, right? And that is what is needed to to realize the class struggle, etc. And so Mannheim basically defines the generation in a very similar way. So he says that everyone has an objective position or an objective location among the generations, right? Within historical time, everybody belongs to a specific generation, but that doesn't necessarily give way to a generational consciousness. So people are not necessarily, do not necessarily feel belonging to this generation, right? Or express their identification with other members of their generation, unless, says Mannheim, a defining event happens, right? Unless there is social change, in which case these generations become more salient and become closer to constituting concrete groups. And in many ways, the young adults that I studied shared a common generational location, right, in the way defined by Mannheim, one that was traversed by many hierarchies and so difficult to translate into a generational consciousness. But discourses of nostalgia for the city of their childhood and their teenage years are when they came closest to representing themselves as one community, as one collective. And it is through longing for previous versions of the city and previous versions that they lost, right? Longing for the city that they lost, that they came closest to achieving this generational consciousness. And it's interesting to think about these discourses of nostalgia in relation to other modes of representing temporality. If we think about sort of official discourses about or official ways to relate to time, right? There's on the one hand a projection to the future, which portrays the country as the place where the future is being created. And on the other hand, the discourse of national identity, which looks at a more distant past, right? And in a sense, these discourses of nostalgia are located in the middle, right? Or located slightly elsewhere, outside of the national scale, at the scale of the city itself. And in this way, it's actually something that is a creation of the urban space, right? Of Abu Dhabi itself. Something that exists specifically here. For young foreign residents, it asserts their long-time presence in the city, and so it's a way to make a claim to the city, right, to assert belonging below the national scale that excludes them. For young nationals who are increasingly subjected to these imperatives that I mentioned, right, it is also a way to sort of escape or momentarily divert these injunctions on the part of the state. And so this displacement of the national scale is what is achieved through these discourses of nostalgia. Interestingly, they're also different from the nostalgia that may be expressed by the generation of their parents, right? For young nationals, it was often the nostalgia for a simpler time, right? Away from material culture and from consumer society. And for young foreigners, it was often a nostalgia related to the home country, right? Attached to diasporic objects. And so this is, again, something that is very specific to these generations who grew up in the UAE. And so I'm going to conclude in just a few sentences. Sorry, I think yeah, that was just other representation around the karak. So one thing that is interesting is that at the time I conducted the majority of my research, this was mainly expressed in private conversations or on social media. Since then, the youth have grown up, right? And some of them have become artists. And so in many ways, these discourses of nostalgia have become part of the public sphere, right? They have become exhibited in art spaces. They have become discussed in more formal media, in newspapers, etc. And so as a conclusion, I'll just address very briefly a new sort of a more recent trend, which could be considered as a commodification of this nostalgia. So moving towards or making this nostalgia itself a part of material culture. You can see that this is a display case that was in the new art neighborhood of Miza in Mina Zayed in Abu Dhabi. And so that was at the entrance. And you can spot the volcano fountain, two representations of the volcano fountain. Some sort of old slide that in a pineapple shape that was in one of the parks in Abu Dhabi, the old car plates, the lights on the corniche, etc. So in a sense, right, this nostalgia itself has become a new style of material culture. That is souvenirs that sort of whose only value is the era that they reference, right? And it has even come to actually shaping urban space, and maybe you cannot see very well, but this is one of the construction billboards in Miza that says urban memories are recollected here, right? So in a sense, now this nostalgia is also driving part of the urban development in Abu Dhabi. So it's interesting to see how this has come sort of full circle in a sense. Thank you, and sorry for going over time.
Thank you. It was a very impressive talk. I'm wondering, we have a time for maybe 1 or 2 questions. Any volunteers? Don't be shy. Okay, I had a question in my mind. I know that you also do migration studies, and I was wondering what is like a brief migrational overview of the youths in Abu Dhabi and maybe in a broader sense in the UAE?
Yeah, maybe I'll answer a bit to the side of that question, but because it's something that I hesitated to include in the talk and didn't, and probably that's a good thing for the sake of time. But because one of the reasons I looked at this diverse group is precisely because a lot of the scholarship on Gulf cities in general tends to focus either on nationals or on a specific migrant community, so often on a specific national group, right? And I was interested, and specifically as an anthropologist, to think about what actually is, if we take Abu Dhabi as a whole, right, how can we characterize this society? Of course, I had to sort of narrow it down, so I looked at young Arabs rather than everybody. But what is really interesting is that most theories of migration that are elaborated mostly in the West, right, in North America or in Europe, tend to assume that you basically have kind of a linear process, right? You have migrants who come to a host country, and then they incorporate into the national population that is the dominant group and the majority group in this country. And of course, when we look at the UAE, this is not the situation here, right? First, there's no naturalization, right? So there's no formal mode of incorporation of migrants, but also the national population is not the majority population. And so part of what I've been looking at is how both young nationals and non-nationals, in fact, integrate into this diverse urban environment, right? So I think this is a very interesting location to also subvert some of these theories of integration and migration.
Thank you. Okay, final round of applauses. And I guess we can proceed with a marvelous talk by historian Nelida Fuccaro, I'm very sorry, and her talk on the oil generation here.
Well, thank you very much for having invited me. And in some ways, what I'm going to say follow up very nicely from what Laure was saying, because both of us, we've been involved through different disciplinaries kind of perspectives in urban studies, and we've studied Gulf cities. So the theme of this wonderful gathering, and I have to really thank the organizers for this invitation, is that of urban semiotics. So how cities and urban environments communicate meaning through sign and symbol present in their environment, built, social, and so forth. Now, with this talk, I want to pick your brain, because this has been really something that has been engaging me for a number of years now. And I want to pose at the beginning the following question to you, but then I'm going to try to unpack it. I can also explain to you a bit about my research. Now, where is oil? And oil, signs, and symbols in the cities of the Gulf, past and present? And is there an urban semiotics of oil? And the kind of idea of visibility and invisibility of oil as an industry and as a substance is really caught on in my imagination as an urban historian. So what I want to first of all start with, I want to tell you a bit about my long-standing involvement with Gulf cities, but also as a very site-specific practice, but not as an artist, but as an academic, as an historian of this region. I work primarily on the 19th and 20th century. Although I have more and more worked on visual culture and with artists since I moved to Abu Dhabi 7 years ago. So I started off in the mid-1990s, and I was very interested in urbanism and in urban histories, and I was very interested in this region. And in some ways, at the time, the work that started developing at the time on Gulf City, and there were very little work done on Gulf cities. I remember coming here in 1996 in Dubai and Abu Dhabi, and your pictures of earlier Abu Dhabi reminded me a bit, sort of my memories of that first trip. So I was very much influenced in this, in the literature, historical literature, but in general, humanities and social science literature. In the 1990s was the spatial turn. So space became very important to analyze anything. And so as an urban historian, my earlier work was really, really on space and the ways in which port cities in this region, and particularly Manama in Bahrain and Kuwait City, which are the cities that I studied the most, kind of their spatial development from the 19th century to the oil era reflected different type of issues, politics, society, international trade, and so forth. So I focused a lot on port and the transformation of ports as commercial spaces in relation to the city. Then I started getting really interested in violence. And so I had a big project on urban violence, violence in cities, right? And somehow in parallel, I got really interested with oil, because coming to a place like this, here, I'm not just saying Dubai or Abu Dhabi, but the whole region, you cannot avoid thinking about oil, particularly as an historian. And so I started working on cities and violence, but from an oil perspective. So what did oil create? How did oil produce violence in cities? And I mean, my case studies was Iraq, was Kirkuk, you know, for a number of reasons, the capital of the early oil industry in Iraq and whatever. So, and with this idea of oil and violence, and this was really a very, very big international project. It was 10 of us working. It was specific on the Middle East, but not just on the Gulf. It was all over the Middle East. We had case studies. I started thinking about the powers of oil. What are the powers of this black substance, right? And then I started getting really, really kind of looking into sort of the ways in which cultural studies people, and particularly people involved in literature, I started looking at the power of oil as a substance, at the so-called oil magic. And so I started basically thinking about the powers of oil in an urban context and in relation to the cities of the Gulf, and particularly those cities that had basically witnessed from the 1950s onwards, started with Manama and Bahrain, then Kuwait in the 1960s, Baghdad in the 70s, and then of course we have all the oil booms in the UAE, Qatar later on, and so forth. So, so since I got here, I mean, I've been working, and this is my latest edited volume, which I edited with Mandana Limbert, a colleague from New York. My interest has been very much with this idea of visibility and invisibility of oil. Where is oil? Can we see it or can't we see it? And so forth. Particularly with relation to urban life and the ways in which people have lived in these cities since the discovery of oil, which happened at different times, as I've explained, throughout the region. So it's earlier in certain places and later in other. So, and this is an edited volume, actually, that in some ways where we look at the visibility and invisibility of oil, but also we relate it to the whole idea of experience. Experience, everyday experience, experience in very many different ways. I can talk a bit about the book later on if you want to know more. And this has been a collaboration between historians and anthropologists, because we do share, I feel I do share with anthropologists this kind of more kind of cultural visual turn in my research, and I've always felt that. So the whole idea about this volume, which is about the Middle East as a whole, not just the Gulf, I mean, I have actually a piece on corporate photography and the oil industry in the Arab world, where I look at the ways in which companies represented workers, indigenous workers, local workers, Arab and other workers in the 1950s and in the 1960s. So, and actually, by the way, this came out of a conference that was very generously sponsored by the NYU Abu Dhabi Institute. And we have here the current director, Maurice Pomerantz. Thank you very much for all the help the Institute has given me. So, let me just, well, okay, so since 2017, I've lived in the UAE. Undoubtedly, we can't really deny it, a world of urban spectacles, of glitzy images, hyperbolic architectural projects, which are, many have argued, dominated by a particular type of aesthetics, which is an aesthetics of luxury. Right? Oil, in all this, as a substance and industry, is not always in plain sight. Unless, of course, you go to areas of gold production. But, you know, in this part of the world, and in general in the Middle East, and not only in the Gulf, areas of oil production are quite far from cities and inhabited areas. So, the French theorist and philosopher Guy Debord tells us that in a consumerist society characterized by the prevalence of modern or hypermodern modes of consumption, and we are all living in this type of world, life becomes an immense accumulation of spectacles. So I feel sometimes that my life has become as such, and that's why I'm so interested in, you know, this spectacle in relation to oil. So, of course, since oil development throughout the region in the second part of the 20th century, and particularly in the small Arab states of the Gulf, UAE, but also Qatar, Bahrain, and Kuwait, as I said before, the hypervisibility of the oil economy has coupled petroleum general invisibility in everyday life. So many people can't really, they have never really experienced oil, at least directly. Particularly, that kind of visibility of oil as a substance, of crude as a substance, because of course we feed ourselves with oil derivatives, with all our life is permeated by oil, the materials and so forth, but we don't know crude. We don't know what, we've never really touched oil. So, so the idea of the urban spectacle is not a new idea. Because actually, and this is part of my work, from the 1950s, the urban spectacle, the idea of the city, beautiful and hyper-modern, was popularized and publicized by all the oil companies which controlled oil production throughout the region. And that's what I'm really working on, the visual culture produced by this company and then adopted by governments from Iraq to Kuwait. I'm not actually working on the UAE because it's too late for me. I'm stopping at the 1973 oil crisis. So the kind of powers of oil suggest some sort of ambiguity of oil influence, effects, and affects, this whole idea of oil magic. That's what two very important philosophers of oil, Vaden and Salminian, have called the distancing effect of oil. Its ability to induce intimacy and proximity, but also distance. Its ability to make society incredibly affluent and wealthy, but also its ability to provoke wars and disasters of every kind, from natural disasters to other type of disasters. Now, I wanted to show you this image, which is from, this is an exhibit from Qasr al-Hosn in Abu Dhabi, from the museum of the Qasr. And this is a bottle of crude oil. And I want with this to highlight the general historical invisibility of oil in the Gulf. And I'm going to read the caption of Bottle of Crude Oil. Sheikha Salama bin Butti followed early oil exploration very closely. One account relates that she took a bottle of crude oil to her son, Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan al-Nahyan, in Alain, so that he could know what it looked like. Despite the fact that the world relies on it, most people have never seen oil for themselves. So this is the idea of the visibility of oil, right? Which now, if you compare this with this, this is the very famous monument in Baku, Azerbaijan, called the Parachute Tower, right? Now, I visited Baku last year, and in the city, oil seems to be everywhere, embedded in the history, in the infrastructure of the city. So this tower is a construction of 75 meters high, located at the very center of Baku Boulevard, and which was built in the form of an oil derrick to celebrate the oil industry. So this is heritage, right? This is heritage. It was opened, though, in 1936, and this tells you that oil industry in Baku goes back to the middle of the 19th century. So just to say that there are particular visibilities in cities like this that we don't see as yet here. We don't even see it in places like Kirkuk or Manama in Bahrain, where oil was discovered very earlier on, at least in comparison to here. Now, well, of course, but perhaps oil presence in urban life can be located in the effects of mobility and automobility. And this is something that I'm very interested in, the development of mobility and automobility in cities throughout the region. Cars, of course, having been the primary mechanical objects moved by oil, and of course, illustrated one of what is considered to be one of oil's historical powers, that is to accelerate life and the processes of modernization, inspiring what many have called revolutions of speed. Which also brings me to what many have called the history of oil's materials culture. And in some ways, this is quite connected to the urban nostalgia that Laure was discussing, this kind of urban culture of memory, which is very materially defined things. And that's why I'm very interested. I'm interested, as in cars, and this is a photo actually from Manama in Bahrain in 1951, so you can see already the car spree. I'm also interested in this whole history of everyday objects linked to the development of the oil industry, such as cars, but also refrigerators, electric fans, fridges, and how they affected household economies and urban and household life, and even the shape of the household, and so forth. Now, the life of these objects that belong to an early oil development, you know, if you think about the fans, the earlier refrigerators, cars like this and so forth, in a sense, they have disappeared from the life of oil cities as historical objects. Because of course now we have hyper-modern air conditioning, we've got all sorts of new commodities and so forth. In some ways, what I'm very interested in the construction of a particular type of material cultures of heritage linked to oil. But in some ways, these objects are resurfacing in some cities. And here, and I'll conclude now, I have a number of images from the Qatar National Museum. And these are displays. I mean, the museum is a very beautiful museum. And of course, they are basically celebrating, this is a room that's celebrating the early oil industry, early oil development. And you see the car, spare parts, bicycles, TV sets, and whatever. It's actually quite a beautiful display. Also, this. So, typewriters, clocks, telephones, fans, and so forth, which are nicely displayed in the museum. Also, you have, and this is again from the Qatar National Museum, this is a beautiful installation with some cinematic effects of the first oil pipes in the Jabal Dukhan, which is the historical place where oil was discovered in Qatar. And Qatar has quite a long history in the oil industry. And this is, for me, this is one of the ultimate oil spectacles, the ways in which the whole installation is set. And if you go, I mean, it's just have a look at it because it's very good. So this is a case, a bit of Baku. The oil industry somehow is turning into heritage, but not really. This is a Qatar thing. So even in places like Bahrain and Kuwait, I mean, and Iraq, for other reasons, you don't have this heritage tradition as linked to the oil industry. Qatar is doing. So I'll just stop here and thank you very much.
Thank you for your amazing talk. Questions? Sure.
Tell me where you see oil. Give me some new ideas.
I don't know about new ideas, but I can tell you somewhere where I saw oil, and it was really interesting. I was just wondering, do you think the visibility of oil is maybe related to the perceived maturity of a nation or how they see themselves? Because what I remembered looking at your photographs was, I'm not sure if you went to Expo, but I think it was either the Kuwaiti or the Bahraini pavilion had like a centerpiece that was, you know, this is how much oil we pump out in a second, and it would come up. But the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Azerbaijan, you know, other oil countries didn't have that sort of celebration of their heritage. They were promoting the environment or, you know, their cultural features. And is it a maturity thing? Is it just branding?
Yeah, it's a good question. It's about, I mean, most of what I was getting to is this whole notion of nation building and the place occupied by oil, the industry, in the formation of national cultures, right? The issue is also, the expo, it was interesting actually, but oil is always represented or presented as technicalism, as numbers, as production. Is technicalism, is not as yet entered the cultural sphere. As in Azerbaijan, if you go to Baku, it's quite amazing, you know, but also, of course, it's a longer history of involvement with oil, also from even the pre-modern period and so forth. So, but yes, but it's a difficult question, and it's a question I'm grappling with. I'm not just interested in heritage as such, but yeah, it's a good question.
Thank you.
I'm not really familiar with it. Isn't it the black color of the club? Does it have something to do with the oil?
Which flag?
The top of the nest.
I have no idea. If anybody can tell me, it will be great. I think, I mean, probably is a tribal flag, is a tribal color, but I don't know. Ah, sorry.
It's
Probably.
for our listeners.
I have no idea, but I mean, my understanding, I don't know about the flag, but the Emirates, but thinking about Qatar, Bahrain, and Kuwait, the flags are the old tribal flags of the leading tribes. That they've been repurposed, I mean, but I have no idea about here. Perhaps, I'll have a look into that.
Question? Okay.
Hello. I think I have a comment rather than a question because this topic is a bit familiar to me. We've been working in the oil region of Russia and Tatarstan. It was mentioned in recent talks. And this is where the oil is visible because people live like it used to be the cluster of villages, and then the technology came and the industry came, but the villages have left, and people still live surrounded by the oil industry. And that's really amazing that I've never divided this kind of locations, landscapes, into the visible and invisible. My thinking was always that the oil is something that we know what is it, especially like being from Russia. Yeah. But apparently, like what I would say, we even don't know the genesis of oil. There are a few theories, right, that is it organic or maybe cosmic, or like what oil is. So the magic of it is that we know so little but producing so much. And yeah, thank you for this topic, because for the visual culture, for arts, it's just a source of inspiration, and I think it's like a lot of concepts could be raised by this question. Like, yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. I have, thank you so much. And that's exactly what I meant. Some populations have lived for centuries and millennia with the bitumen coming up, and Kurdistan and Azerbaijan and whatever. So crude was something they were familiar with even before the oil industry, before in the modern time. But it's so interesting because in the edited volume, there is an article by a former PhD student of mine who's now an academic in the US. She's Kuwaiti. And she's worked on Kuwait City and the oil industry. And you know, she says in this article, the first time we Kuwaitis experienced oil as a substance was during the Iraq invasion, where all the oil wells were blown up. And so, you know, people were breathing fumes, their lungs were full of, oil substances, and their skins were black and whatever. So that was the first time.
In terms of the presence of oil, and like I agree with you, when you're in Baku, it's fantastic. You actually see, as you're driving from the airport, you see like it's being pumped. But do you think the reason we don't really see it, especially in Dubai, the reason it is reflected in kind of strategy of moving away from oil and rather move to sustainable energy, to move to, I don't know, collaboration, like building financial hubs, building tourist hubs, when, from what I see in Azerbaijan, for example, there is not that much of that strategy. Oil remains the prime kind of source of income for the country, right? I mean, Saudi on this side, I think is an interesting example, because, for example, they have a museum called Museum of Black Gold, which is a contemporary art museum.
It's the new one, yeah.
Yes, exactly. Which is kind of owning the fact that it's, you know, that all this art is bought because of oil, but yet it's also not very present in the visuals.
I think with Dubai, the issue for me, I mean, and I always think as a historian, I'm sorry, Dubai has always been far away from oil. physically, because oil is not here. Oil is in Abu Dhabi. So there is a kind of physical geographical distance, but also there is the kind of urban tradition that Dubai has developed in the oil era, which was a continuation of a mercantile tradition of the pre-oil era, because Dubai was a very important port in the region even before oil came. So I see it a bit like that, but also in Abu Dhabi, the oil fields are very far away from the city. So it's in general in all this region, also in Saudi or in Bahrain or in Kuwait. It's a kind of a frontier extractivism, they call it, because the actual sites are very far away. They are in what were historically inhospitable regions in the desert or so.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, let me introduce the last but not the least speaker of our first session is Mariam Al-Attar, theologist, philosopher, lecturer at the American University of Sharjah.
And especially Anna for the very nice invitation. Like, I have never received a nicer invitation to attend a conference than that, Anna. So really, thank you very much. So my talk maybe is a little bit different because my specialty is basically Islamic philosophy and theology. Talking with some of the people during the break, I realized that maybe some of the concepts, some of the schools of thought people are not familiar with. So let me very briefly introduce that mainly my specialty and my focus was on an early theological school that developed in Islam as early as the 8th century. They are called Al-Mu'tazila. They are kind of a school that kind of fell out of favor by the 11th century and replaced by another school called Al-Ash'ariyya, established by Abu al-Hasan al-Ash'ari, and it is the Ash'ari school of theology that mainly prevailed in the Sunni Islam, while the Mu'tazili school of theology that was seen by some as being kind of more rational, more focused on reason. They are sometimes called the defenders of reason in Islam, had to migrate eastward toward Persia. So, but anyway, of course, contemporary scholars, they are including both schools of thought. They are building their ideas, their arguments on both schools of thought. The disagreement between the Ash'ariyya and the Mu'tazila is seen, at least by some scholars, as part of the past. So basically, that is what I am interested in. By the way, before I became a specialist I would like to see myself as a specialist in ethics in the Islamic tradition. I worked for 17 years as a medical physicist in a radiotherapy department in Jordan. So this is my second life career, or you can say my retirement job. So unlike my dear colleagues who have so many beautiful pictures to show, I have nothing to show. In philosophy, we mainly read and write. So I'm going to read a very short presentation for you. Well, in recent decades, philosophers have intensely debated the meaning of personhood and what it means to be human. Some have sought to blur the lines between human beings and non-human animals, while others challenge the distinction between humans and machines. Yes, humans and machines. the rise of what is called enhanced humans and AI robots in technologically advanced societies risks devaluing normal humans, potentially justifying new forms of racism. Thus, many scholars attempt to safeguard human dignity by emphasizing unique human qualities like consciousness, self-awareness, emotions, or the more religious concept of human soul. An understanding of what it means to be human, rooted in the Islamic intellectual tradition of the speculative theology or philosophical theology, al-kalam, and falsafa, which is mainly the philosophy of the so-called Muslim philosophers that was in the Greek tradition, that followed the Greek tradition. Indeed, kalam and falsafa could contribute, I think, to that ongoing debate of what is a person and what is a human being. When we talk about Islamic thought, we have to start from the Holy Quran. So the Quran uses the term insan, human, nafs, soul, and ruh, spirit, and al-mir, person, referring to different ontological dimensions of the human beings. Pre-Islamic Arabic poetry. In pre-Islamic Arabic poetry, the words nafs was used to refer to self or person, while ruh meant breath and wind. This understanding seems to have continued in the Quran, which in most cases uses nafs to refer to the human self or person, and ruh to the breath of life, since God blew or nafakha of his ruh to Adam, giving life to Adam's body. No doubt that ideological and theological motives played a considerable part in drafting and answering questions about the human self in Islamic speculative theology or kalam. Muslims' understanding of the human being had to take into consideration the distinguished role that humans are expected to take in this world as custodians of nature, which is emphasized in the Holy Quran. Also, one of the major religio-political issues raised by early mutakallimin, the theologians of kalam of the 8th century, was the issue of free will and predestination. Theories of actions that stressed man's causal power were developed by the Mu'tazila, the early school of kalam, and that definitely sparked the debate about the true essence of the human being, which is locus of this power or capacity to act. They debated whether this locus of the capacity of act or a human being, whether it's corporeal or incorporeal, is it located in the heart, in the brain, or in the whole of human body? Is it divisible to different powers or faculties, or is it not? How should we understand the self in relation to our natural philosophy and theology? What was at stake was who or what is the nature of the true agent. Some thought that it is an entity separate from the human body. Others believed that it is immanent in the human body, and some emphasized that it is basically the human body itself that has various qualities that distinguish it from the bodies of other beings. Of course, the mutakallimun had to fit their views into the framework of their natural philosophy. Human ontology in the Kalam tradition is based on a theory called the theory of atomism, and yet it's not always evident how theory of atomism, held by most of the mutakallimin, can be applied to describe the nature of the human being. Atoms or substances in Arabic jawahir, are essentially basic concepts into which all created things can be classified, and accidents, al-a'rad, are the various properties or qualities that inhere in these atoms or in bodies. Variations of this theory allowed for different understanding of human beings. Most of the early mutakallimin emphasized the corporeal nature of the human self. They rejected body-soul dualism and the view that the soul is the essence of a human being that can exist on its own. Their position can be compared to the Falasifa who followed in the Greek tradition, including the earliest among them, Yaqub bin Ishaq al-Kindi, who died at the beginning, by the end of the 9th century. The focus of the Falasifa was centered on the soul, nafs, understood in line with Neoplatonic philosophy as a spiritual, incorporeal entity higher and nobler than the body. It's only, in fact, in the late 5th, 11th century, and most probably under the influence of the famous philosopher Ibn Sina or Avicenna and other philosophers, that the Ash'arite mutakallimun, the more orthodox Muslim theologians that prevail today in the Sunni Islam, including Abu Hamid al-Ghazali, turned away from this theory of man towards a more philosophically influenced body-soul dualism. Most probably, many of us are familiar with the concept of the soul. It is basically the concept accepted in most or in all of the religious traditions. And the human being is seen or the essence of the human being is seen as the soul. So I'm not going to focus on the philosophical understanding of the human essence or on the later theological developments, but I will talk about the early Mu'tazila and early Ash'ari and their understanding of the human self. In fact, prominent members of both Mu'tazili and Ash'ari schools of Kalam, who otherwise disagreed on almost everything, such as Al-Qadi Abdul Jabbar al-Mu'tazili and al-Baqillani, both died at the beginning of the 11th century, emphasized the corporeal nature of the human being. Abu al-Hasan al-Ash'ari, the founder of the Ash'arite school of theology, after whom the school was named, followed Abu Hudayl al-Allaf, the early Mu'tazilite, in holding that the definition of man is this visible body that is composed in this manner of composition and structured in this type of specific structure. So he emphasized the corporeal nature of man. In Arabic, he said, هذا الجسد الظاهر المركب بهذا التركيب المبني بهذا الدرب من البنية المخصوصة. Abdul Jabbar, the Mu'tazilite, dedicated a section from his 20-volume book, Al-Mughni, to discuss disagreement on the nature of human being. ذكر الخلاف في الإنسان. He argued against the belief that the soul is what defines a human being and that life and power belong to it. He compared the view that life and power belong to something other than the whole or the composite body, which he called al-jumla, to the view that blackness, for example, is an entity that exists on its own. And just as the black indicates nothing but the locus of blackness, al-mahal, the human soul and nafs indicates nothing but the whole of the human structure, al-jumla, or the human body with all its sophisticated structures. Power or capacity to act cannot exist without connection to a body, just as blackness or any other color cannot exist on its own without a body. He rejects the idea of a soul that is distinct from the body. It is the whole and composite body, jumla, that is alive and able and not something in it or above it. الروح, the spirit, is a prerequisite for life, just as blood and bodily structure are prerequisites of life, or pre-requirements of life. The spirit, الروح in Arabic, which is often identified with the soul, النفس, is viewed as breath or gasp of air, نفس, and is not considered to be a living entity and is not described as living. Of course, this view was very controversial and was not accepted by most of the philosophers. So, indeed, it is interesting to see how Abu Hamid al-Ghazali, a contemporary of Qadi Abdul Jabbar, narrates a story of a theologian discussing, it's an anecdote actually between a theologian and most probably a philosopher. He said, Abu Hamid, Tawhidi, Tawhidi, I'm talking about Abu Hayyan al-Tawhidi, who narrated this anecdote. He said that a certain theologian, mutakallim, was asked about the meaning of the words nafs and ruh, to which that theologian replied, nafas and rih, wind, respectively. Based on what you said, the theologian's adversary commented, every time a person breathes, tanaffasa, his soul, nafs, exits the body. And every time he breaks wind, I'm not going to say the word in Arabic, his spirit, ruh, exits the body. Well, regardless of that, what actually mattered for Abdul Jabbar and the Mu'tazila, what actually really mattered for Abdul Jabbar is not the ontological nature of man, but what it means to be a human person or moral agent. This can be compared to the view of the contemporary New Zealand philosopher Tom Harry, who always preferred expressions like what it is to be a human being over the more common ones, such as human nature. Emphasizing the human's moral self, Abdul Jabbar prefers to use the term mukallaf over the term insan, human being. He dedicates a few chapters to the discussion of the conditions that must be fulfilled by a moral agent, mukallaf. These conditions are the qualities of a human being that make him or her a true responsible person or a moral self. They include maturity, moral knowledge, the ability to comprehend ethical judgment, and the ability to choose and perform the chosen course of action. The moral agent, al-mukallaf, is able, qadir, knowing, alim, perceiving, mudrik, living, high, willing, murid, regardless of his or her ontological structure. Some might object, for translating mukallaf to moral agent. However, I guess one is justified to translate al-mukallaf, to translate it, the mukallaf, which literally means the obliged one, to moral agents, since the earliest Muslim theologian, the Mu'tazila, including Abdul Jabbar, distinguished between religious obligation, al-taklif al-shar'i, and rational obligations, al-taklif al-aqli, while the former requires believing in God, and the Sharia, the latter, applies to all human beings, including non-believers. The last part of my short presentation actually asks a question which I recently became interested in. How is that still relevant today? How can we relate that to contemporary concerns? And I thought that this is taking us to the discussion that is related to modernist and post-humanist understanding and critiquing of the meaning of human self. I'm sure that some of you are familiar with the name of the very famous philosopher Michel Foucault. In his book, The Order of Things, Michel Foucault famously announced the death of man. He claimed that the human being is an invention that is now erased, like a face drawn in sand at the edge of the sea. This form of anti-humanism constitutes a springboard for the subsequent post-human philosophies and movements that are still unfolding. Post-humanists argue that we must reject the values attached to the idea of the human, along with all the other binaries, such as human-animal, man-woman, white-black, reason-passion, and born-made. Post-humanist approach also tends to break away from the notion of personhood in their argument against human exceptionalism. Meanwhile, emerging technologies destabilize concepts like person that were once taken for granted in different world cultures. Most contemporary scholars actually favor postmodernist and post-humanist perspectives. Understandably, the justified appeal of some postmodern movements actually lies in their challenge to power hierarchies, colonialism, and white supremacy. However, I was glad to come across an article, a very recent article, 2024, by Sven Brinkmann, a Danish professor of psychology, who has recently argued that we have good reason to retain a notion of personhood despite post-human claims. Indeed, undermining and rejecting the concept of a person is, in my view, tantamount to throwing the baby with the bathwater. The person, al-mukallaf, or in a more modern secular language, al-shakhs, is a whole who has thoughts, emotions, identity, and all the other psychological properties. Moreover, a person is a vulnerable being, and this is why she has rights that machines, including the most sophisticated AI robots, don't. A person is not a substance with properties as suggested by atomism, which is, in fact, an outdated theory of nature. And most probably, he's not only a soul. A person is a being to which an ensemble of dispositions can be ascribed. Some of these dispositions are unique to human persons, such as the abilities related to moral responsibility. However, this does not represent a problematic human exceptionalism, any more than the ability of bats to use echolocation represent bat exceptionalism. And we do not need to question human exceptionalism to recognize, for example, what is at stake in the campaigns of activists protesting against the cruel treatment of animals. Moral agency and personhood belong to humans, not to animals, not to the recent human-like robots or humanoids. Well, the main point of my presentation is that achieving a complete understanding of human nature, whether spiritual, physical, or both, might always remain elusive. However, this does not prevent us from exploring questions about ourselves beyond the limits of any general theory of human nature. We can build on the views of the mutakallimin, who lived during a time of vibrant discussion about what it means to be human, as this presentation hopefully tried to demonstrate. And thank you.
Thank you so much. It was a lot, and we have some time for questions. Okay, Maurice was first.
Hi. You're mentioning some of my friends, long lost friends in this talk. My long lost friends, yes. Abu Hayyan Tawhidi is a great friend. I mean, is an amazing author, one of my favorites. I wanted to ask you a little bit, or maybe even think about some of the broader themes that perhaps we'll touch upon in this conference about changing public spaces. Just bear with me for a second. Changing public spaces, the metaverse, things like that, right? Different ideas of sort of personhood. And there has been a move, actually, recently. There's a book by Megan O'Gablin called, I think, God, Machine, Animal, which revisits Christian theology. She had gone to Bible school in America, and she sort of was revisiting sort of the later changes in AI. What do they say about personhood from her sort of previous life as a deep believer in Christianity? And the reason I bring this up is because as I was listening to your talk about the Mu'tazila and the Falasifa, I was thinking about actually the problem of bodily resurrection being central. Because, of course, the philosophers deny bodily resurrection, and the Mu'tazila, I wrote my first book on Sahib ibn Abad, who was the great patron of the Mu'tazila, kind of the person who more or less, I think, was the most instrumental in bringing them together, to making them a movement. He would be damned, and literally I mean that, to deny bodily resurrection. In fact, as you well know, the Mu'tazila almost had this, I always think of like Star Trek. They had this idea that your atoms will reassemble in the afterlife. That is they really believed in atomism working like, and those kinds of ideas, that kind of fantasy about ourselves, I guess, is the springboard to thinking about how we might use or might interact with this past. I mean, you're doing it clearly. I wanted to think about it more broadly because I see it now very common in fantasies about, and maybe they will be one day realities about, bear with me, this is really a stretch, but the uploading of human minds to a metaverse, right? What does that mean? Are we selves then? What is central to the self? Is it the mind or is it the body? How does there's an amazing novel by Neil Stevenson which tackles this very topic. So people are imagining it, and I wonder actually, Islamic theologians were already dealing with these problems, especially, and the crux of it, I guess my question to you would be, if there's a question in all of that, is when I was listening to it, I was wondering, my sense for the Mu'tazila, it's all well and good to say that their atomism is not a viable, it's an old theory for sure, right? But I think, part of me also thinks, what was the cart, what was leading the cart? I mean, what's the horse there? And I wonder, it's often portrayed that it's their, they sort of backed themselves into theological corners and had to come up with theories, but that's actually not entirely true. I've seen them as incredible system builders, and really, they are incredible speculative. And I would like to sort of maybe think about them as offering maybe who knows, maybe these pieces of ourselves that eventually will come to have an afterlife. On our, are they ourselves? Are they ourselves, the things that we curate on the internet and put up there and leave now, they say forever? I had a darn difficult time erasing my Facebook account. Are they ourselves? What is our afterlife, in a way, even from a purely secular point of view? What will be, this kind of speculation is actually, to my mind, still quite relevant, actually, still quite, poignant. But it has to be seen obliquely. Yeah.
Thank you very much for very valuable comments. Like, yes, I agree with you. Actually, I included a few other thoughts. When I talked about ideological and theological considerations that the Mu'tazila had to take into consideration where building their theories, definitely bodily the resurrection was one of them. Yeah, sure. And like mainly, one of the reasons, I would say, if not the main reason, why they had problems with accepting Neoplatonic conception of the soul is because when we talk about the spirit, the soul, like this was very much associated with the idea of transmigration of the soul, which was accepted early by An-Nazzam, who was one of the Mu'tazila, which was accepted by Plato and also many Neoplatonists. So that is definitely there, one important reason for rejecting the idea of the soul that can live on its own, and that is like higher of the body. And but like the main idea that you talked about, like how is it possible to imagine or kind to use the Mu'tazila and to build on what they have in order to think about resurrection or like what is going to happen to human being. Those are very difficult questions and amazing questions, really. And like I'm hoping like in the coming year to focus more on the understanding of a human self, like, and what is called sometimes transhumanism. And I was fascinated to find like around 10 to 12 articles written by Muslim scholars in 22, 23, 24, where they focus on transhumanism. Like, of course, like for those who are not familiar, like the transhumanism is basically that philosophical movement or that movement which talks about the enhancement of the human being, of the possibility of freeing us from the limitations of body, mind, space, and time. And this can be made by different technological advancement, like biotechnology, like genetic interventions, and robotics as well. So now, most of you maybe have seen like those Elon Musk robots that are becoming very famous, and some futurist philosophers and thinkers, they talk about the possibility in the very near future of having those humanoids or very human-like robots living among us, doing different functions. And there are some who are already asking for robots' rights, something similar to human rights, because those also have intelligence. Some say that they are developing consciousness, but of course that very much depends on our definition of what conscience means. And like the mind uploading, yes, maybe if that can ever be achieved, and if we can upload our mind on a machine that will like outlive us, something, it's not a flesh, which is definitely going to decompose, but if we can upload our mind to a machine, isn't that something like that has always been the dream of many philosophers, immortality? Isn't that something like uploading your soul to the machine and make it live? So yes, thank you for your valuable comments and fascinating ideas, yes.
Beautiful. I mean, I had the pleasure to talk to you before this interesting talk. It was a little bit like you need to focus 100%, otherwise you will not get the full point. I mean, for us Arabic speakers, we kind of like get a little bit, you know, I get to study a little bit ilm al-kalam, and I know about Mu'tazila a little bit, and you know, the opening of Muslims, you know, in the beginning there was they were like united all around, you know, Quran. There was no big differences. And then after, when they opened up a little bit on like, you know, Greek, you know, philosophy and all of that stuff, and then ilm al-kalam started, and then there was like big fitnas and big things like fitnat khalq al-Quran, the creation of, is Quran the word of God, or is it the creation of God? But I mean, my point was transhumanism, because you said, why are we even having this conversation? I think more than any time before, you know, we need to have this conversation around transhumanism, because while the masses are getting entertained with, like, let's say, breads and circus, you know, just give them what to eat, entertain them, and then let them not think, you know, and then the masses are like brainwashed. Like those who are in power and the decision makers, like people like, for example, in the World Economic Forum, where Harari, the guy, he's a spokesperson, he's like, humans, long is gone the time where humans are these like sacred beings. They are hackable animals. You know, and then basically just merging man with machine is what Klaus Schwab is pretending, and then entities like, I don't know, like Rockefeller Foundation or like John Hopkins and all of these guys are like working towards achieving what you were talking about. Don't you think that we really should have like this conversation on a bigger scale? Get people around like, hey, this is the future where they want to lead us. Let's talk about it.
Of course, you are right. I fully agree with you. But you know what? What makes me a little bit hesitate? What makes me hesitate, although like most of the Muslim scholars who wrote on the topic, they were strongly against transhumanism, like using all kinds of arguments against it. But on the other side, you see that there are institutions in Qatar, in the Emirates, in Saudi Arabia, who are very much into AI technology and even robotics. So like I thought first, like we are against that, we don't want, okay? But wait a minute, weren't we against the printing press when it was first invented? And when that's why we were like lagging behind for a long time. So maybe part of me was like, we should, like, yes, definitely we have to think about it. Definitely we have to put a limit between what it means to be a human being and a machine, but not to that extent of rejecting the technology altogether, because like at the end, there are certain kinds of technology that like 15 years ago, I did not imagine. But now, like everyone is having it, and it is not that expensive. You can find like quite cheap mobiles. It is not really dividing. Everyone has a mobile. So yes, definitely we need to engage in the topic. Definitely we need to have discussion, but we have to be like careful not to reject the technology altogether because, for example, we don't like the United States, or we don't like Elon Musk, or we don't like that kind of technology. We still need to like be technologically aware and know what is happening, but without being like, without thinking that we are not human beings anymore and that those machines are the same as ourselves or so. Thank you very much for the question.
Thank you. So thank you so much. We're having a break right now, 15 minutes, and we are coming back for our final discussion as a public talk with the cultural leaders, artists, architects, and just a bunch of amazing people. Thank you. We want to reflect what makes certain places feel special, significant, and remarkable to all of us. We have a bunch of amazing speakers here, as well as our moderator, Alexey Afanasyev, whom you've heard at the very first session. And I guess I'm going to give a word to you to proceed with the introductory.
Okay.
With the introductory.
Okay, that's a good one.
One, two, 1, 2.
It's 1, 2. Sorry. All right. So thank you so much for staying late for this session. I'm very excited to see that you guys are still awake. So we'll try to make this as open and collaborative, to have an open discussion for everyone. I think we'll open audience to also share their views. But I think rather than me reading all your guys' biographies, let me just, I guess, open the floor to each and everyone to speak a few words of yourself. So I'll start with Aida, I guess, if you just can make a little introduction. I mean, do you want me to speak again about myself? I think you've heard me talking a lot this morning. So again, my name is Alexey Afanasyev. I'm a cultural advisor based in Dubai. Had 15 years living here, and very happy to be talking with everyone. So Aida, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. My name is Aida Balash. I'm Business Development Director for 100 Architects, global company doing street architecture, urban interventions, and mega events.
Hello, pleasure to be here. I'm Tala Gargozlu. I'm project manager for design and building for the Guggenheim Abu Dhabi project, and also recently created, co-creator of Liminal Urbanism Research Group with dear colleagues at NYU Abu Dhabi.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Hissa Al-Gandi. I'm an Emirati designer and artist. I'm the founder of Hissa Archives. I also work as an interior designer at Warner Falassi Architects. I like to transport all of my Emirati heritage and knowledge into my designs, and I think that's what I'm most known for.
Hello, my name is Silvia, and together with my partner Alex, we are behind Abu Dhabi Streets photography blog. We are capturing the unseen part of Abu Dhabi.
Thank you, Silvia. I'm Alex, and I'm a photographer.
And yeah, very elegant. Thank you so much, everyone, for your introductions. I think it's great to see that we have very different backgrounds and points of view, I guess. I hope it's going to be a very collaborative conversation. And on this note, I think, as our talk today is about placemaking, and placemaking always requires a number of diverse experiences, points of view, especially in a place like Dubai and the United Arab Emirates at large, where there are so many different communities and different needs for the different, people who live here. And so here comes my question: what, in your point of view, are the key elements of this effective collaboration between architects, designers, artists, community members, as well as local authorities? Like, what is the best practice that you've witnessed through your own experience, or perhaps saw elsewhere? We'll do the same order as we do the introduction, unless anyone wants to cut the line first.
Often placemaking is seen like a community-driven process, but as per our experience, usually people do not know what they want. And this is where architects, designers, and artists play a very important role to envision this for the people so they can experience it. Once they experience it, then they can recognize if they want it in the public space or not. Of course, local authorities are playing a crucial role without funding, without long planning, without, I mean, everything needs to be done through the local authorities. Doesn't matter how creative the project is, if you don't have good collaboration with the local authorities, it will not be built. So this is the most important part of the game.
All right, Tala, what's your thought on this?
I think that's an interesting question because, and in your comment is a very interesting one, Aida, because for me, what I didn't present is that actually I was trained as an architect, was a practicing architect, and started my career at Frank Gehry's office in LA. And so it was particularly interesting to come here at a very different stage in my career because that was about 15 years ago. And 15 years ago, when I was all the way in LA, I was not working on the Guggenheim Abu Dhabi, I was working on another project. And I looked at aerial photos of Saadiyat. I thought this project is delirious, like what many of us thought about when we were very far away. And so, life has its own sort of set of circumstances, and I would have never guessed I would have ended up in Abu Dhabi. And so, on a very personal level, that was one of the first questions for myself was like, how will I make this place feel personal, feel mine? I was much more familiar with other Arab cities. The Gulf was not very familiar to me. Other Arab modernist heritage across the region, Turkey, Iran, Lebanon, Jordan were very familiar places. And so there was a very clear moment of feeling very alienated and disjunction. And so I do think that we do have to acknowledge that at times there's that sense of excitement from the spectacle that both, cities like Dubai and Abu Dhabi offer versus what it feels like for many of us when you first land here. And I think that's where it's actually interesting to look at what is, often when people ask me, what is it like? Oh, it must feel like an amazing playground to be an architect here.
Yeah, but it's also a complete black canvas, I guess, in a way, right?
Well, that's what people say, but I like to say, well, it has really made me rethink the role of my profession. How much of it is it about design versus how much of it is about a whole set of factors that are totally beyond our control? As Aida said, what is a municipality's desire? What is a developer's desire? Whether in Abu Dhabi or Dubai, the role of local authorities versus local developers, all those things, you see all those parameters at work and their realization come to life very quickly. And so I don't want to take up too much time because I'd love to hear back from the esteemed people on this panel as well. But for me, I think the two interesting case studies has always been to think, on one hand, if we think of Abu Dhabi, looking at the incredible efforts to master plan downtown Abu Dhabi versus this radical break that the 2010 Corniche project brought, and then thinking again of this insanely rapid era of creating Abu Dhabi Inc. on Saadiyat. And so that, for me, is interesting to think of these moments of rupture where there's very much a clear modernist heritage, a very clear mindset in terms of master planning city, creating mixed-use spaces, and how even that, even with the best of design, gets transformed by certain economic impetuses. And then on the other hand, for me, I don't want to necessarily glorify the over-romanticize the community-driven or grassroots, but I think on the other hand, it's also interesting if we're in Dubai to think comparatively about areas that probably most of us are very familiar. If you compare the court in Al-Quoz, if you compare the courtyard versus Al-Serkal versus the rest of the things that are happening within Al-Quoz, of course, which Inloco is part of. So it's interesting to think, if we think of these two cities, of these kind of interesting, whether private, commercial, public, how every time you could see that each one in those specific areas, there was a very specific impetus and created a very specific sociocultural and economic system of its own each time. And so I would say it's very interesting to see that in each one, it's a combination of many factors that end up creating that place ultimately.
Thank you. Thanks so much for the expansive overview. Hessa, I think your point of view can be more sort of artistic in this sense, because we touched on, architects and kind of city planners and designers, but the role of artists here, I guess, is significant.
Yeah. I think continuing on that, I think the land it's based on and the project where it's being built upon, that's where the inspiration lies. It's within the ground, it's within the people who have use the ground, who actually take advantage of the space, the history that it's been part of. I think these are crucial elements that allow design to be quite meaningful. Collaboration can be not in just terms of architects or designers, but also, for example, a person who I always use, my grandmother. Some people who are part of our daily lives can be really pivotal, factors for inspiration when it comes to design and creating something meaningful that relates to the ground. So I think that is one node of collaboration that I always look at. And I always look at collaboration as I'm one piece of the puzzle. The more I talk to people, they complete the puzzle, and that's how the picture becomes even bigger and clearer. So in order to have that meaningfulness, you tie it in with storytelling and you tie it in with the land it's being part of.
I really like the puzzle idea.
Invisible string
exactly.
theory.
I mean, some pieces are slightly larger than the others, but you cannot complete it without actually having each and every one. Sylvia?
Do you have a question in particular?
I mean, just,
continue
these thoughts, and I think with you guys really kind of documenting the whole process, I think we can have a specific understanding, especially in Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, I think a successful placemaking project will involve understanding the cities are different, and what Dubai might be okay for Dubai, it will not match with something in Abu Dhabi, for example. And you really need to go there, see what is around that field where that situ that you're going to build, and understand the vibe of the place, understand what those people need, and how you can integrate nicely, smooth in their daily life without breaking their activities, which, like in Abu Dhabi, you will walk and see a lot of quiet streets, so definitely you can't go there and build a skyscraper. So yeah, we need to be culturally sensitive.
Thank you. So you asked the question, what's required to move this agenda forward. So for one, this is what we're doing now. Come and talk, communicate. I think communication is very important. And a particular point I want to raise, like the previous speaker mentioned that, while there are some things which are very much in common between geographies, and in the end of the day, we're all humans, we have our basic needs, our families, we all live in our environments. At the same time, there are some particular things, some particular sentiments, and I want to touch upon the subject of bringing in the residents, you can call it differently, people's voice in the end of the day, right? I'm a little familiar with the design thinking approach. If you look at design thinking, and I think this is very much in line with, again, what other esteemed speakers said, you want to understand your audience first. You want to understand the problem first before offering some solution. I think Einstein once said, right, that he would spend, given the problem, he would spend 95% of time understanding the problem and 5% on crafting the solution. So if we bring it back to design domain, design thinking as approach and a framework starts from empathizing, which in more common terms means understanding what people want, and then crafting the solution. So really want to leave you with this one thought that, while there are many actors involved, definitely these processes need to happen, need to have executive support, government support, funding. This is very vibrant, say, ecosystem in terms of who is building, what is building, and when we're speaking of placemaking, we eventually speak of physical spaces, right? We're speaking of communal spaces, right. And there are many actors at play. You look at big developers, you look at private companies, you look at residents, you look at artists, you look at architects, members of community. So I feel that some dialogue between all these various parties, understanding and free flow of communication will eventually lead to the hopefully better outcomes for everyone.
Thank you so much for this. We started talking a little bit about the role of art, and I think I would like to focus this question solely about the role of art in public spaces. I think we've all seen good examples and bad examples from different places in the world when we travel, but then also when we're back home. I was very excited, and I still am, about the first public art biennale that just opened in Abu Dhabi. I'm sure you guys have some thoughts about that. So I guess, yeah, just thinking about, when we travel, what makes us feel home, or when we're home, what makes us feel really home, specifically when it comes in our kind of conversations or our engagement with the pieces of art that we see in public spaces. I mean, I can give free order now to speak. I guess I would like to start with those in Abu Dhabi. I guess Tala, Sylvia, Alex, please share your thoughts.
I mean, it's very interesting because the way art has played such an important role in the last 15 years in the public and global image of both, Sharjah, Dubai, and Abu Dhabi is actually fascinating. And they're three very different case studies. And so that's why I'll come back to Abu Dhabi. And for me, it was interesting that, for example, as a newcomer, my first magnet was Al Serkal. But actually, it took me a while to even realize the courtyard had actually been, the alleyway had been there for much longer.
Right.
And it was kind of interesting that just crossing that street was something that had not happened because, within my global network of art people, my first meeting point was Al Serkal. So, obviously, I'm a lover of the arts. I do think those projects bring together and the best artists make you think critically, make you rethink the world. But I'm always also mindful to think, art can take such a visible space. And so when art suddenly becomes the focus of everything, how much of that really, the people's needs, or what really happens naturally on the ground, are we masking or are we losing out on?
Yeah.
So that's a word of caution, I would say, because this is not to undermine the huge cultural projects that are happening, but for me, looking at the massive scale of the museum projects, obviously I'm part of the Guggenheim, but for me, I think people always talk about the Bilbao effect with the Guggenheim. But as we've been working, and you are within DCT and looking at what does it mean to build an institution, I think the most interesting thing for me professionally was when we went to Bilbao and we realized actually the enduring success of Bilbao, of course the architecture played a huge part, of course bringing this huge artist commission, but it's the fact that at the time the region was in such crisis that they had to train everyone. No one would even come from Madrid to actually work in that museum. So it's the fact that they had to train everyone locally, and that's why everyone felt invested in that project. So, don't get me wrong, I'm a huge fan of these big cyclical events, Sharjah Biennale, Public Art Biennale, but for me, I think the most interesting part is what is the real institutional building you do on the long term, because people feel they really have skin in the game, and actually, it won't be just about the one art piece, it'll be about the long-term relationship with the institution and with their respective community. As Hessa says, it's when you bring someone and suddenly you train someone with a new set of skills in a new institution, but then with them, they bring everyone else around them, their whole ecosystem, their parents, their cousins, their grandmother. And that's, to me, the most interesting part of what art institutions and cultural institutions can do in a place.
Thank you.
Well, it's a hard pass. So maybe I will talk about public art happening now in Abu Dhabi, which I think is a nice way to introduce art to people and prepare them for Guggenheim, prepare them for other modern art which will come in the region. So it's there, it's in the public, common people can access it, have an idea of the challenges of it, like you need to think a little bit, what is this, what does it mean? And I think it's very educational, and it's a really good step to start building this market, not in a sense of economy, but market for people who will come and visit the museums. Actually, local people.
Right.
Or
So you
expats, or
you see like art being placed in public as a link with those institutions, museums that are being built to bring awareness. That's a good actually angle to think of that. And to be fair, I mean, as I was working with Al-Serkal for many years, and while there was a certain circle of art specialists or like art lovers who were aware, so many people you would have to explain what it actually means, what the gallery stands for, what a non-profit space, why are collectors important, you know, how do these galleries survive financially? All these topics are really relevant, but I would agree actually with your point, Sylvia, that having a piece of art placed in the public, it makes you wonder, because also, I guess the spaces for museums and institutions always tend to feel a little intimidating, especially if you're coming from less privileged societies or less educated, but you still want to wander around. So back to my kind of experience with Al-Serkal, the way we tackled it as we really opened the space for various different communities, and we were looking at concerts outdoors, bringing also musicians from different backgrounds and you know, different genres, more with folk music as well, and that really kind of connects on an easier level, and then you get to experience more and more. So I guess, yeah, you need to place those little hints in the public space to be able to invite people to experience more, I guess, right? What's your thought?
I agree. My team usually use very artistic approach and using art itself in a very visually strong manners, very colorful. But at the same time, it needs to be functional. It needs to be for people. And in many ways, we tend to, this is some of the examples now you can see, this is hub in Marassi. So you can see attention is to be artistic.
I'm sorry, where is this again?
This is the hub project in Marassi. So, yes, this is real. No, this is, I will go back. Let me just see how I use this. Yes, this is real. And it is just recently, beginning of the year, open in Egypt, in Marassi, with developer of MR. And it is really strong and visually appealing, but at the same time, each of these components are having a function. So it is not only art, but at the same time, it needs to be for people. This is some of the examples where you can see art, but at the same time, each one of them is inviting you.
Very playful, yeah.
Yes, and we also think the playgrounds are not only for kids. We want everyone to play. We want adults to play.
The world is a playground, right?
Yeah, the city is the playground, but you just need to discover which way everyone wants to play. And this is the way that we can interact, we can connect. Now, these days, we are all overstimulated with the phones, with the social media, and we do not interact with each other. This kind of places that we create in our studio are reflection and inviting people to interact, to play. When you see me playing, you will start smiling at me and you will start talking to me and you ask me what you are doing. Like, and we tend to create, like this is example where this was a rooftop of a shopping mall where there was nothing, AC units, machinery, nothing is there. Of course, we tend also to make it commercial. That way is sustainable, and that way also brings people there, and people stay. And it is a commercial part and public part needs to be hand in hand together. So this is some of the examples I just wanted to share because it is very hard to explain these colors with their words, right?
Yeah. I guess my point there that I would like to add is that, especially when thinking of master planned districts or master planned cities like Sariyat, like the area that we're looking at now, it always looks great in the render. It always looks great from top down, but we don't fly on helicopters on a daily basis. So what is really important is actually to look at these master plans from bottom up, right? So actually imagining yourself being there. So it's very important as you're highlighting those playful areas and kind of trying to place yourself in those master plans first. That's just a comment.
Yes, we use color to create circulation. So circulation is leading you to play. And we have, it depends from the project to the project. Of course, now I'm presenting something that is playground, but at the same time, when it comes to the master planning, you need to define circulation, and then it is, again, playground,
Exactly. Okay, great.
The thing is, master planning is always a very exciting exercise, and as I said, many designers like having a blank canvas, but I do think in our daily life, most of us want, at some point, end up looking for a feeling of being rooted, or what makes a place unique and like no other. So I do think that's always been, the real crux of the issue, because the scale, the sophistication of developments that you see here in the region are always absolutely amazing. But as Laure pointed out, it's like things get commodified at a speed that is quite spectacular as well, and frankly a little scary. So even when we talk about art, at what point is there space for things to stay critical, to stay weird, or to just be a bit scrappy and local? And so I would say, just for me, as a person who had sort of a number of artists in my life, that's, sometimes you want to feel like that's when I was really seeking out who are the Emirati friends, a bit like Laure was explaining earlier in her talk, where showing sort of people are looking for traces of 90s Abu Dhabi. Why does a young generation of Emirati artists look for that and try to revive that? Because those are the things that they saw nowhere else in the world. And that was their definition of home. On the other hand, of course, I'm saying, we should be wary of this commodification. There's also the fact that, on the other hand, when I'm not an architect, I'm a mom, and the places that make my life easy, where the kids can play and there's enough shading and a combination of like a good place to get a drink, I won't deny those are the places that make my life easy. But I do think it's that balance between all those things that's really, for me, for example, a really interesting place is the archaeological center, visitor center at Meleha in Sharjah. Because for me, that's really that interesting, subtle balance between a place that's where I, as the parent, feel like I'm there to learn something. The design is honestly quite superb. Soumaïa Al-Dabbagh is a fabulous architect. And really, there's enough spaces that feel open-ended and that don't feel so prescribed. And I think sometimes that's the risk we run into, because we live in a place of abundance, and we're very lucky for that. Don't get me wrong.
Absolutely blessed.
That's not the case of whether in Euro-America or the rest of the world. That is very rare in the world today, to be in a place of such abundance. But for things to also not be over-designed and open for interpretation, that I would say would be my definition of good design, and a place that I would feel comfortable in.
I just want to add one quick thing.
Thank you.
I went to a summit recently where it was about public art and cities. And we think about Paris, and we think about Barcelona, and we think about all these different cities, and what we think about is that they have their own distinct style. And that's all thanks to creatives and artisans and architects, and those cities allowing those artists to express themselves in relation to their land. I think this is something that here in the UAE we started, but we also experimented, and we're still experimenting, but we have some places that actually are a reflection of our land, and some places that take the reflection like Meleha and actually extend it to today's world. So I think that's something that's quite strong in cities or the places that we're in today.
Exactly. No, thank you so much for this comment. And actually, as we were chatting earlier, and generally, like many people I'm talking to when it comes to, places where we feel home or places where we feel belonging. I spent some time of my life living in Venice, and so with Hesse, we were discussing, Hesse was working with the UA Pavilion in Venice last year, right? And there is this unbeatable sense of belonging when you're there, although it feels very foreign, the language is different, everyone is a tourist, the schedule of going to all these museums and exhibitions and foundations is overwhelming, yet it suddenly feels so nice. I mean, maybe it's the absence of cars, but then we were discussing with Hesse about, being in Shindaga, the neighborhood where you would go as a child, and that has a similar feel to it. So I think there is a beautiful process of revitalization of these older spaces like Shindaga with a museum that has been opened a few years back, but it managed to keep its identity. But more than that, I don't know if you guys been to Assaf, which is like a completely newly built neighborhood, right? So how many years? It was like 6 years ago, I guess it opened. And it already was meant to look like it's a little old, but surprisingly, I revisited recently and it felt like it's true. It felt like it's always been that way. And, walking on those streets, especially by night when all the shops are closed, it almost feels like you're walking in Venice in a way.
Almost.
Yeah.
I believe these old cities in Europe, they have such a rich history, and there are layers and layers of culture, heritage, and just history that you cannot build. This is something that is like years, and these public spaces in these old cities, for example, in Europe, I'm from Europe, they are created by the people, by the function, by needs of these areas, and they reflect so beautifully the people that live there. For instance, now, like the cities like Dubai, or cities like now new cities that you have in Saudi Arabia, you have great challenge for these public spaces. You can start building. You have a challenge to build it from zero, and but there is a thin layer designing these public spaces in new development. Lack of identity. You need to be very careful and decide which way to develop and how to create this bold identity that will reflect us history, culture, and it will be accepted by the people, and it will be used by people, not just aesthetically.
But not in the first few decades, I guess, right? It needs time. I think I would like to, first of all, agree to disagree on this, because all of these places we refer to, especially in the old world, were also built some time ago, right? They were also new. I mean, from kind of looking at the history of where I'm from in Russia, the new city of St. Petersburg was built on an empty land. And when the royal collection was being formed with all the masterpieces, which are now has the Hermitage Museum, right? And now we compare it to one of the greatest museums in the world, of course. But 300 years ago, all these cultural leaders of Western Europe were saying, "Are you guys crazy? You're giving this to these barbarians in Russia, in this empty land?"
I'd like to add to this.
Yeah.
Your question was, how can art help the sense of belonging and someone feel at home? Yeah, I think in this phrase, there's only one word missing, which is culture, to make it perfect trio of very broad and very complex matters. What is home? What is art? And eventually, what's culture? So again, you give me a little bit hard task as I'm speaking after everyone. So I'll try to maybe add my perspective, but also summarize it a bit and try not to get lost in thoughts. So we spoke about public art, and we spoke about home and belonging. So, many examples come to mind. The person from Lebanon who lives in Manama, where is their home? Is it what they call home? Is it where they feel at home? And coming back, what makes the person feel the way they feel? So, of course, I think art can play one role in whichever way we define, in whichever shape and form, institutional or public, and I will speak about public art in a bit. But eventually, it's our emotion, it's our private sentiment. So coming back to what I said earlier about understanding what people want, understanding each other, understanding what drives us, understanding our stories. Public art, how can that help that? So I think we interact, again, we do not exist yet in metaverse, so we operate and interact in a physical environment, okay, as much as in Instagrams and Facebooks and what else of the world, but we are influenced by the built environment, and this is undeniable. Yeah, we have all our preferences, likes and dislikes. You mentioned St. Petersburg, Russia, or that part of the world. Say such architectural styles. Modernism was mentioned. You think brutalism. If anyone has the reference in mind about brutalism, I think it evokes strong emotional response. You may love it and become a fan. You may hate it. Yeah, it's hard to miss. But all of us will have our kind of own thoughts and preferences, but my point was that the environment we interact with definitely affects us and affects that sense of belonging. So now to public art, as we have mentioned that there's an inaugural public art biennial happening now in Abu Dhabi. It's already on till end of April, and here I want to take a small pause and actually make a small experiment. Ask if you can raise hands if anyone who is aware of this, and if anyone has any art installations in Abu Dhabi which are public art. Anyone has seen any of this? Or so perhaps Hesse, if you can share your artistic view, just hands-on experience really. What was the artwork you visited and what you felt about it?
Well, I visited virtually. I haven't visited yet, but I've seen the works. And a lot of the works that I felt I connected mostly to were the works of an artist named Christopher, who created a, right?
I was about to actually bring that topic, yes.
That, for me, was amazing, because he connected with people in Abu Dhabi, craftsmen, shared their story through carpet, through a big installation, something interactive, something that tells a story of Abu Dhabi and the people there, not only the natives.
I will interrupt you for a second. So Christopher Joshua Benton, he's an American artist living in Abu Dhabi, and he's been based in the UAE for quite a few years. But the installation that he created is, and I'm really encouraging you all to go. Also this week they still have some programming involved. I think the programming will go until April. So it's an old carpet market, and there was this big square that was in terrible condition, and his proposal was just to carpet that entire square. And the carpet has the motifs from these guys who are actually working on these markets, who are bringing these markets from Afghanistan, from Pakistan, and really, I think it was leading to my next question actually. How do you make sure these communities are being included, right, in the process? So yeah, just sorry to interrupt, but please continue.
No, I think definitely the way Christopher did it is a way to include people of the community, but also, as I mentioned before, I believe everyone is a creative, but everyone has different tools, so each tool you have kind of accesses a different point of how we can answer problems through design or reflect through design. And I think that the way that it's been done through public art actually allows and encourages people to ask more questions. What about the carpet market? Why is it in Abu Dhabi? And things like that actually help further educate people about, the UAE, but also through design.
Thank you so much, Hesse. So I'd like to give a couple of stories, as we have, that's probably one artwork we visited the most, as we are also Abu Dhabi-based family, and I think Tala said that, what is the place, good place for you is where you can sit comfortably, where kids can spend time. So, but before I give you stories, I just wanted to quickly pick on that thought about the temporary art installations, or, like you said, the city with the history and some place, physical place, which has been there for 300 years. You cannot replicate that. Yeah, we don't have time machine. So I think the thought I want to pass, I observed the other day, I was just taking photos of the family. Yeah, beautiful Indian family of a husband, wife, and a little child, playing and interacting with one of the artworks early in the morning on Corniche. And this was so heartwarming and so touching. And as we roam around city a lot, what we see is how people discover these new things. We've seen this with other landmarks. Huda Bridge being built. The moment it's open, is like, we are, we're communal creatures in the end, right? We know, someone went there, and everyone starts going. They start discovering this. And it's, actually, I want to say that what we observe is absolutely new. We love Louvre, we love all the museum and institutional arts and all the exhibitions, but here, firsthand, experiencing how, or rather observing how people discover and interact with this. And you can see at times even facial expressions from complete misunderstanding. What's that? Why is that? Asking questions, or bypassing, or just seeing someone else seeing these objects, to actually interacting with them. And what I wanted to say, I think that builds experience, right? And that creates some connection. And while I agree that you cannot replicate some fundamental physical place, but I think this kind of initiative cuts the nice balance, and like Sylvia said, introduces people to concept of contemporary modern art, and actually brings more than 70, 80 artists from all around the world, actually creating that exposure, cultural exposure to Abu Dhabi residents for the broader art scene. But then once these installations will be gone, right, those places will remain. So I feel these installations, if anything, they serve as, if you wish, kind of anchor to people to have these emotionally significant experiences. And again, while all these artworks will be gone, some of them will turn into art spaces like bus terminal. Yeah, we have 64 modern heritage sites where, there are beautiful projects for future, functional repurposing and whatnot. But people perhaps will receive new experiences around Corniche, exploring parks, and just interacting with this urban environment. So again, I apologize if it's a little long, but I just wanted to convey this public kind of a perspective.
I mean, the one thing I would respond to that, it's, of course, it's obvious that that's the success of the Public Art Biennale is creating these anchor points, as you said. But I think the thing that I think is important to keep in mind, especially when certain European tropes come back to us about what Haussmannian or 18th century city planning, the kind of cohesion that created, and that's the charm that all of us love to romanticize. And it's kind of interesting to see that self-orientalizing move in a development like Madinat Jumeirah. That was kind of one of those first fascinating things. But I wouldn't say because it also says something about a time and a place. And that in itself is very evocative to me. But, the part where I still have mixed feelings is that, as Nelida pointed out, the car and the suburbanization of areas of Dubai and Abu Dhabi has created a fragmentation that I sadly believe that no amount of master planning can counteract that. And it's that difference of speed and scale of movement that each community, depending on their socioeconomic needs and socioeconomic abilities, has. And that's this kind of stratification of the way you experience the city based on Do you have a car? Do you have one car? Do you have two cars? Do you have access to taxis? Can you pay for a taxi? What does public transportation mean? And public transportation does exist across the Emirate, but we all use it in a very different way. And so for me, in many ways, when I moved here, I really tried to get out of this European tropism and really think, for example, of Los Angeles, because, for example, the architectural theorist Rainer Banham was the first one to talk about these 4 ecologies of architecture, about how the highway, the infrastructure of our lives actually has a much larger impact on how we experience those cities. And so to me, that was a very interesting one because, for example, in LA, my sister was a photographer, actually, was commuting, was doing an internship at a great cultural institution, LACMA, and she would get very nicely dressed because she was, an assistant to a curator, but she didn't have a car. I needed my car to go to work. And she took the bus, and she photographed people on the bus. And so people would always taken aback, and what was she doing on the bus? Was she lost if she was walking? And so, fortunately, we don't have those kinds of extreme disjunctions, but I do say, and I do want to reiterate that in that moment of, the people whizzing by to work on the Corniche every morning, I'm not sure how many people, that's where social media plays a really interesting role, actually, because there's a whole community of us who actually build our awareness actually almost only or first and foremost through social media, because I can guarantee you that of all the people who are commuting to work on the Corniche, I frankly don't know what's the percentage that even know what the Public Art Biennale really is. I mean, they'll see the posters, but so that speed of the car, flattens things, that changes so many things. And so it's always finding that balance of why, as you said, so many of us still have this instinctive appeal for areas where you can walk. But again, you can walk around the IFC, but who are the people who can walk in the IFC? Exactly. And when art and sculpture is installed there, what does that mean? What kind of category of people, what type of people are allowed access to that?
Absolutely.
And what is being signaled there?
Just a small addition. I was really surprised when I woke up around 6 o'clock. If you go to Abu Dhabi Corniche, at that time, you'd be surprised how many people are already there. Of course, car, the faster the speed, the narrower the vision, right? It's known fact, right? The slower you go, the broader is your field of view. I don't know if a photographer here would second that. But yeah, so if the slower you go, bicycle, explore on foot, and it was so happening, we're amazed. So many people jogging, walking, and so the right is right there where people already are, just notion.
A similar situation you have on Creek Harbor, and there is interesting project that we did, and it is interesting solution, so I would like to share shortly. MR on this Creek Harbor, they have construction site, huge construction site, more than 1 kilometer on the area where people are walking, jogging, and they needed solution for the hoarding. I'm not sure, can I share example? But we designed this hoarding. Let me just try to show that one. This is the one. You have capsules, one next to each other, of course, in the style of using local elements. But I was with my son, and I wanted to see this project, and he was like, "Not going. It's boring. He don't want to walk." But then colors, and then he started using one capsule after another. It was very pleasant. It was beautiful, and this kind of problems, public problems, we can create in a very beautiful way and produce this kind of emotion that we have also signed where say, "I love UAE." This is a hot space for Instagram,
Instagrammable,
for
yes,
TikTok.
I was about to say. Thank you. But I think I wanted to just rewind a little bit on the thoughts about, being at the Creek Harbor, going for jogging, or you walk around by Corniche. I think a lot of great example of public spaces also tend to do something with the nature, right? With green spaces, with something that's organic. I mean, obviously we I guess, subconsciously being kind of gravitated towards water when there's a water feature. And I guess there was a question about importance of nature in certain capacity, and it doesn't necessarily have to be, forests or fields of grass, because, I mean, we need to accept the reality. We're living in a place where these things are very high maintenance and high costs, but something as simple as a promenade on the beach, without actually a promenade by the water, of course, adds a different value to our public spaces. I guess we've answered this question already, because as you see, there's 0 seconds left on our timer, and I don't know if the audience is bored. I hope they're not, but unless there's any...
I can comment shortly, like nature in this area is very important for the shading, for example.
Yeah,
we need to
exactly.
reduce temperature of the streets.
Yeah.
So just shortly to comment.
But also think that, we have half trees, we have... I mean, also, I love being in a desert, and that's also nature, right? When you go to those open fields, it's just... You get that energy from the winds, from the heat. This is our nature. And I think we don't really need to always think, okay, we need to replicate the European city and that's where people will feel comfortable. Not necessarily. Everyone has a different mentality and backgrounds. Of course, if some of us grew up in those small cities which are walkable, and we would naturally feel more comfort in such spaces, but it doesn't have to be that way. I mean, we're building our own reality here, and this is the beauty of it, that people on this panel actually tend to decide how we are going to live, and this is beautiful.
If I can add something quickly. You just made me remember, based on the research I've been conducting, collecting the memories of Shindagha, of our Shindagha home in Old Dubai through my grandmother, there was a talk about being so close with nature that they would shift in position during the winters and summers. So Shindagha is right by the water, so they'd have the cool breeze, but when it would get really hot, they'd actually go towards the mountains or they'd go towards the desert, and that's them controlling their environment, but also accepting their environment they're in, and also allowing that element to shape the design of the places they're in. It was made out of arish, which is like palm trees, but also we were talking about green spaces. They made use of every single natural element we have on the ground. The palm tree was used in over 100 different ways that, unfortunately, throughout time, we started looking outwards instead of inwards, and we kind of disregarded the methodology that they, used. But I think it's quite interesting to go back to nature, go back to the water, go back to the land, but also remember what was once there, and then how can we bring that back to recognize the land, but also bring it back so it's even more functional today than it was back then.
Thank you. Shall we open the microphone for questions, please? Yeah.
Thank you very much. On Venice, which actually, in a sense, does give a lot of credit to the conversation about the ability of art, and public art or non-public art or whatever. It's all public anyway these days, even if it's not outside. In terms of kindling or rekindling sort of memories and attachments of place, because you, Alexei, said that you lived in Venice, and for you was a great experience, and you felt, I'm actually from Venice, and well, close to Venice, but I lived in Venice for a long time.
Nice.
In the 1980s, though. But when I go to Venice now, I'm horrified. There is nothing that will get me back there. I'm completely... I don't have this attachment to the art world because I'm not an artist. I'm just somebody who happened to live there and study there. This is an example of how your attachment to the art...
Definitely, yeah.
But also the other thing about European cities, and I'm 100% European, but we tend to really kind of make them as a site of nostalgia, as a model. And I actually agree with Alexei. St. Petersburg was a created city. You know, there are others in Europe that, you know, the idea of the spectacle I was discussing, the political spectacle in that case.
Yep.
So I think, you know, we should a bit sort of, I mean, I'm not a planner and I'm not an artist, but we should stop a bit romanticizing and you know, and I'm European, so I mean 100%. So and look at what there is here and what is specific.
Thank you.
So I really appreciated the conversation.
Thank you so much.
I have a bit of a provocative question or comment, because, and I know that's going to also contradict some of the things I said, or at least it's another side of it. But you've talked a lot about sort of outdoor spaces, green spaces, etc. But if we think about cities in the UAE, probably some of the most cosmopolitan spaces, actually, and diverse spaces in terms of social class, in terms of nationalities, etc., are, for example, the mall's food courts, yes. Right? It's one place where actually there's a huge diversity of populations. And another thing is, you know, I think there's also sort of, it's easy to dismiss the spectacle, but I think a lot of people also want a part of the spectacle, right? Or want to see one of the spaces that is actually the most appropriated in Abu Dhabi is the space at the end of the Qasr, the breakwater, behind the National Theatre, because you have a view of the entire skyline, right? And it's a place where people keep going. They were coming 20 years ago, and they keep coming there because you have a beautiful view of Abu Dhabi. And so, what do we make of that? You know, when we think about sort of making space, getting people to take part in the city and in the urban landscape, how do we still sort of integrate the spectacle, right, while keeping a critical eye on it?
I mean, yeah, I think, thank you for that comment, Laure, because I was talking about, I mean, our artists were my first, most interesting vantage points to these places when, before I managed to find Arab and Emirati friends who gave me access to other. So an artist like Farah Al-Qasimi was definitely one where it was interesting for me to see both the way she portrayed her friends in private homes, at the majlis or in their rooms, etc., places that I didn't know yet, but also actually her this joy, this love of this quite pop aesthetic that you had in places like Dragon Mart, like the malls, and those were the places of gathering as teens. Those were the places that were the most familiar, and so I think that's a great point, because that's where teens hang out. I mean, I never, you know, I personally, I could never fundamentally relate to that, but that whole geography and social network of the malls and what happens there definitely can't be underestimated there either.
I would like to add on malls. I think it's important, I mean, rather interesting to see now also malls becoming places for culture, and even, you know, Medina Jumeirah has this theater now, and then Dubai Mall, I think, will soon be hosting this sort of interactive digital space that is opening soon. So I guess we also go through the transformation of these spaces, acknowledging their importance as public spaces as well, I guess, right?
Just a few more examples. Right, to have indoor spaces. I believe every emirate has its own preservation program. And speaking of Abu Dhabi, I mentioned about those 64 sites. One of them is Officers Club, and I think recently it has seen tremendous change. So it's home to one of our, good friends. There's a design studio where Slash, and it's, you know, the umbrella, and it is a building, if you're familiar, it's this vast, large kind of a pavilion, you know. It's ready-made, so it's good for modular structures. I think the roof is already there. And there are other examples which come to mind. On the way between Dubai and Abu Dhabi, there's Al Raha Hospital. Yeah, if you trace that building, right, which I believe was introduced by, I think, Pan Emirates Consult in sometimes in 70s. It started, I believe, as a market. Yeah, it's a beautiful sustaining circular structure. There are structures, we spoke of brutalism, structures like this in Bishkek, Kyrgyzstan, or somewhere else. There's just few examples, really, that there's abundance of already built spaces, and I think there are many great minds thinking now about how to put them into the right use.
Okay, thank you very much for the discussion. It was very interesting to listen to all of you and like the completely different perspectives, and you bring out a lot of problematics. But I found one thing that, one of you said, I think it was Tala who said, people that are driving by, they actually don't stop, and obviously they shouldn't be looking on the side of the street because then they get into an accident. So it's a good thing they don't see the art. But I was wondering whether, and I don't know if it's done here, and I haven't seen it, whether people use the facades of these tall glass boring buildings, sorry for anybody who's ever built something like that. They tend to become, like almost a texture, because there's so many of them. They are similar, but they are also glass, and they have very kind of like plain facades in some ways. Whether that is something to explore as a kind of canvas for public art, not too exciting so that people don't get into accidents while they're driving, but somehow that they can be, activated and used, because...
If I jump on it, there's one person here in the UAE, we take a lot of inspiration from. I think he's one of editors of National Geographic, but also he has this amazing passion project, actually many projects for typologies. Hussein Al-Musawi. He's been meticulously taking photos of amazing facades, and short point was that, and before we saw some of this, and I don't know how many of you are familiar with his work. I think he's represented by Gulf Photo Plus and others. Just once we started paying attention, the point was that many of those facades themselves are absolutely unique and without additional decoration, with all respect to some members of ours who are into murals. So yes, many of them are just absolutely amazing the way they are, and it just requires a bit of attention, but not when driving, just to look up and check them out.
I mean, it's interesting that you bring up this issue of these facades, because they're so shiny that they feel they resist any, everything becomes so flat and shiny that how do that it's sort of like it's constantly a mirror that reflects back, and how do you engage with it? So I guess I would say two things. One, it's actually for that comment where people mention longer arcs of history. I think people shouldn't forget that even, I guess that's what that project was trying to document all those different eras of those facades. But it's also, for me, it's also, I think with each new shiny facade, there's also a huge comms machine that comes with it, that kind of, where you kind of forget the layers on the ground. So that's where actually, for example, another very interesting artist who brought a very critical narrative to that, called Sofia Al-Maria, who starts describing, talking about Gulf futurism, what happens when the facades crack. And there is this phenomenon with the heat, with these things. What happens when that very shiny, flat facade cracks? And what does it say about what's really happening on the inside that was left inaccessible or on the ground? So, for sure, you could use it as a canvas, but I also like the provocation of what an artist like Sofia Al-Maria brings in her practice of saying, well, what happens? And it does happen, it's not common, of course, but when that facade cracks, what's been really going on behind the facade or on the ground? So I do think it's also easy to kind of, the self-perpetuating narrative that everything is new, whereas actually there are many layers that sort of build up over that are already here on the ground.
Yeah, but also, like you were talking about your public art kind of educating the public, but it's also when you look at the pieces that are in this biennial, I mean, a lot of the good pieces, like the one you mentioned, but there's other ones also where it's actually the city itself and the spaces that's what's creating the art and what's kind of a response to it. So if you have a city and you feel it's problematic that there's only large buildings and or at least people don't walk, then why not use that built environment as a kind of source of inspiration to create artwork that is a conversation with the public and the culture, even though it's not going back to, you know, the heritage and the old-fashioned, the reimagined history, sort of like the rebuilding of something that was never there, but kind of we think it should have been there.
It's a nice idea. We can explore on it.
Maybe like last question to ask. Okay, then conclusion, and we are done for today.
I guess we are. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. Yes, so we have like a 20 minutes of the last traces of networking here in the library, and then those who want and have strength are very welcome to join us to the Inloco gallery for after party, like for a small closing remark, like the closing after party.
Very friendly remarks, yeah. Thank you again to all speakers, and thank you for
Thank you. Thank you for the talk. It was amazing having you all together today.
Thank you.